It's you and me, honey bunch.
As just in the beginning, there was only us two.
Ah, how flirtatious. A wonderful way to start this episode of the podcast, Cheap Seat Critics. Welcome, everyone. With me today, we have.
Hello, everybody. I'm one of your hosts, Geeky Rider.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks. And hey, if you're listening from. Gosh, golly gee, I wish I wrote down the name of the manor. But hey, if you're listening from the Clue Manor, or, just popping this on while you're playing a game of Clue, you can find us on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Blue Sky, Twitter, X, for any socials, as well as a letterbox where we have averaged out kind of numbers and graphs of everything we've covered up to a point. And we got visual side of things on YouTube and Rumble, but hey, maybe not your cup of tea, not everyone's. You can find us on tons of audio platforms out there as well. But today, as slightly hinted, we are covering Clue, 1985.
Based off the board game, right?
Yes.
Or inspired by the board game, at least.
Well,
Without the board game, the
both?
movie would not have existed.
That is true. That is quite fitting. Let us start with our histories on this film. Let's start with Crimson.
All right. Am I going purely off the film or Clue as a property?
I'll let you decide that. How much you want to tell the audience?
All right. I'll do property. So Clue is a board game. It happens to be one of my favorite board games. It's probably the board game I have played the most. Or pretty darn close. And I've played a few different versions of Clue. The one I play the most is the 1984 Master Detective one with all the additional characters like Sergeant Gray, Mimi Rose, all that stuff. You can look it up. Recently, I played one from 1960 something. I forgot what it was, but it was the 60s version, one of them, where I read the rules on that one and found some interesting different rules to the Master Detective one that I've always played. I've played Clue with Sprinks a few times. I've played a Clue game that Sprinks has played, Electric Clue. I don't know what year that one was because they've had several, but a version of Electric Clue, I've played that. I've played a Clue game where it's on DVD and you can put it on the TV and follow along. As for this game, this movie, this is probably the third or fourth time I've seen it. Once for the podcast. I don't really remember the first time I saw it, but I knew I watched it because I saw Murder by Death first and was recommended to watch Clue because it was, air quotes, similar. And I have, what do I have? I have 4 Clue Funko Pops of Miss Scarlet, Mrs. Peacock, Colonel Mustard, and Mrs. White. There is my Clue history.
All right, quite a moderate fan. Let us then go to Ryder and see the parallels.
All right. So Clue, the board game, I haven't played as much as Crimson, but I have enjoyed playing the game a few times. It's been probably over a decade, I think, since my last Clue board game. It's not a game I got to play very often. wasn't the big one in my family, but the few times that we did get to play it, I always enjoyed it. I don't know what version it was. That's will tell you my knowledge about the board game. I've seen 2 clips of this film out of context before. The one that I remember the most was just the dancer one, just getting shot. I didn't know that was from this film until that happens, but it was funny. And the other one was I think the peacock getting slapped. Again, no idea why, but yeah. So I haven't seen the film. This is my first time watching it all the way through for the podcast.
Wonderful. I guess that seems to me. With the game Clue, I've played Clue multiple times, many different versions. I've played a version with Crimson, and I've played a couple different versions. My folks and I introduced him to Clue FX, which is that electronic one in a blue shiny box kind of thing. And then Crimson introduced me to a Clue game that was a bit different, I think, with his folks. And then
Yeah, that was the Master Detective one.
that was the Master Detective. Okay, I've also played a Clue. The Clue has different kind of like skins. I guess that's probably not the right word. Not variations to the ruling, but just like theming.
Like how Monopoly
And I
has
remember,
like Lord of the Rings or something like that.
yeah. And one of the earliest ones I remember is a Harry Potter one that I don't think was based off of the movies, just like Harry Potter property, but it didn't have Clue on it at all, or didn't have named Clue, but it played just like Clue. And then I've seen this film, probably pushing double digits, probably 10 times, I'll just roughly say. And I've played Clue with, well, Ryder, I don't think I've played Clue with you, but I played it with Crimson, I played it with Sinister, I've played it with Hummer, The Fig, Loke, so a couple of guests we've had on the pod. I know something that I've been told, and it does happen, and I'm truthful about. When I do play Clue, the board game, I do become a bit pompous in my mannerisms. So
More than a bit.
possibly more than a bit, but yeah.
You did jog something. I did play one licensed one. It was the Golden Girls one, where instead of solving a murder, it was solving who stole the last piece of cake.
Oh, that jogged my memory too. I've also played Clue Junior, where it's not murder and you solve who took a piece of cake. Anywho, with that, let's go into some facts about the movie. Some fun facts I have. It was initially released December 13th, 1985, and it was not in theaters very long. It has a runtime of an hour and 37 minutes. I couldn't find an actual answer on the budget, but there was listed someplace that was estimated about 15 million. And audience, please take these facts with a grain of salt. I found them on the internet. Did not sit down and talk with the director himself face to face. So who knows how much these are truth or lies. Box office seemed to be 14.6 million. And now I didn't see anything that was a domestic
Global box
pricing.
office.
No. Yeah, but it was the same number listed as worldwide global. So its rating is PG, which seems to fit with the year it came out. Genre thriller, mystery, comedy. And it's directed by Mr. Jonathan Lynn, who's done such work such as My Cousin Vinny, The Whole Nine Yards, and He Still Loves Me, the Beyonce featuring Walter Williams Sr. music video.
Wow, such accolades.
That is, yeah, a little shocking. And then I have a couple fun facts here about the movie. The entire house is a set, except for the ballroom, which was shot on location at a mansion in Pasadena, California. The main set was then bought by a Mr. Aaron Spelling, who used it as the Carlton Hotel on Dynasty.
Interesting.
You said the ballroom. That's the room that Scarlett goes into with like
Yes.
the broken window. Okay, when they separate. Yeah, okay.
Yes. That's the only scene or location that wasn't on the set. This film is probably most famously known for its 3 endings that were shot, and a different one was shown at different theaters. Best I could see was that a theater location only received one version of the film, so no matter like what time or day you went to see it at that theater, it would be that version, so you'd have to go to different theater locations to find the other endings. And in some cities, the newspaper print ads would indicate which version, either A, B, or C, were being shown at which theater.
Interesting.
The fun way of doing things.
Yeah. There's been a lot of talks about people wanting to do that with books and movies and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool.
It was John Landis's idea to have the 3 different endings playing in different theaters. His reasoning was that if the audience caught on to this gimmick, they would go see the film 3 times. However, his plan backfired as people decided they didn't want to pay 3 times to see the same movie.
Oh well.
Yeah, you can always count on people being lazy. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm sure it worked a little bit. I'm sure they made
Oh,
more
I'm sure a
doing
little,
it this
but
way than just releasing it one.
yeah. According to an interview with the director Jonathan Lynn, after screening its 25th anniversary of the movie's release, it was stated that Carrie Fisher was originally cast to play Miss Scarlet until she ended up in rehab for drug addiction 4 days prior to the film starting, which then made Leslie Ann Warren a last-minute replacement.
That
I
would be
think it's a better replacement.
yeah, that would have been interesting. I won't deny that I would want to see that, but yeah.
In an interview
So yeah, I was just saying the actress who is cast does a really good job.
Yeah. In an interview conducted in 2009, Jonathan Lynn, the director, stated that he had cast this movie on his own, like in his own head. That the actors and actresses were recommended to him via the casting department, but he made the final decisions. So his original choice for Wadsworth instead of Tim Curry was Leonard Rossiter. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. For his role, known for his role of like Rigby in Rising Damp. But he passed away in 1984 prior to the pre-production. The follow-up then was Rowan Atkinson, but the studio felt that he was too unknown to American audiences to be a leading actor, which then led to Mr. Bean in 1990 afterwards. But Lynn then had known Tim Curry apparently since they were teenagers and personally asked him to be Wadsworth for the film.
Mr. Bean. That would have been interesting.
I think it could have still worked with Rowan Atkinson.
Yeah, I mean they're kind of similar in their mannerisms, physically, anyways.
I have 2 more here. The decor of the house includes portraits of Presidents Abraham Lincoln, James A. Garfield, and William McKinley, all of whom were murdered.
Didn't it also have George Washington in the study?
Yeah.
Quite possibly, yeah.
It did.
That wasn't on my note fact, but yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was either George Washington or it was another Revolutionary War officer.
I'm like 95% was George.
Oh yeah, I'm also should be clear. I'm 95% George. There's the other 5% where it couldn't be. It might be shock. It might be Lafayette, but it would be quite a shock if it was Lafayette.
And then the last fact I have here is that even though no one's outfits match to their aliases of name, much like the board game, color connecting every character, the cars that they arrive in do match their colors.
All right.
I think the only exception to that would be Scarlett's because her car broke down. So she arrives.
Her car broke down was still red.
Yeah, I'm talking about the car she arrives in, quote unquote.
Yes, and plums.
Yeah.
With semantics, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, those are the facts I have. Do either of you have anything else to add in?
I don't think I do.
And Ryder?
No, I'm good to go.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Okay, so we'll go into the coverage of the film, and how we're going to do this today is it's going to be kind of linear popcorn, so beginning and end, but maybe we'll go a little forward, a little back. It's fine. Up to about the hour 19-minute mark of the film, where ending A begins, and then at that point we'll cover the 3 endings in order by themselves, A, B, C. And with that, let's start. Oh, did I hear a little scuffle?
I was saying all right, but
okay, cool.
I cut myself off.
confirmation. With that, let's go with a first-time watcher. Let's start with Ryder.
Cool. I'll actually start with the broad point because I think for the first 25 minutes of this film, maybe a little less or a little more. I was talking like I was thinking like, wow, this is like 12 Angry Men quality dialogue that we're getting. Yeah, I was very impressed with the first. Oh yeah, I was very impressed with the first 25 minutes of this film. The detail of how everyone reacts or doesn't react to the smell of shit on their shoe when they walk through the door. It's comedic reasons, but you're also learning who's observant and who's not. And it's a lot of that stuff kind of adds up to the nice details as we're kind of building the tension and we're meeting people and how each character is being differentiated from the last person being introduced because they're going through the same thing, but we're seeing them interact with things differently. So it's yeah, I have a lot of high praise for this film's opening.
So, Ryder, to you, that's pretty much right up to the point where Mr. Body goes to grab his briefcase.
It's yeah, I think the film starts coming apart a little bit more before that, but yes, pretty much right up until Mr. Body goes to grab his briefcase, I think everything is almost excellent as far as character introductions go.
Okay. That's really, wow, that is high praise comparing it to 12 Angry Men of character introductions. Interesting. Okay. Crimson, let's go to you.
Okay. For a moment there, I was going to jump somewhere like it was popcorn. It is not. So yeah, beginning, we have Wadsworth arriving at the manor, I suppose, given the two dogs that don't really do much of anything for the most part other than setting up the poop, and we know there's dogs, but they're not the same dog from the conservatory.
Yeah.
So it's to show Wadsworth is familiar with the place to know to bring the dogs some food, because it's later revealed that at least in one of the
endings,
he's familiar with the estate.
No, actually, he's revealed it. There are two reveals. So there's one where he is, spoiler alert, he's the baddie, and second one where he is familiar with the estate because it belongs to a friend. So there's a multiple explanations depending on your ending, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That is true. I think the dogs help show that the place is essentially surrounded, and there's not really a way to break out.
I mean, you can kind of have that with just the conservatory dog, but I mean, it doesn't hurt to have this there too.
Well, true. The dogs in the beginning here show a bit of tense, but also the humor of the poop on the shoe. I did pick up, though, however, that the bones or slabs of meat that Wadsworth throws at the dogs in his hand are differently colored than the ones in the shot of the dogs going to get them on the ground.
It could be the lighting, maybe.
I don't think so. It seemed like there was more white fat than like a red coloring in the ones on his hand, and it was a lot darker on the ground.
It might have been multiple takes. Yeah, it might have been like a multiple takes thing.
That is true. Let's see. The shortening of the dog leashes doesn't exactly do much in a change, other than, I guess, noticing that Wadsworth's coat got torn apart by how close the dogs got. It's to prevent the dogs from getting that close to the guests arriving.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on which Mr. Wadsworth, but
I suppose.
Okay. Cool. Let's bump back to Crimson.
All right. So Wadsworth has checked in with Yvette and the cook to see if the place is ready for the guests, and we are established that the food will be done by 7:30. So we have a frame of reference of time at this point. So
yes, setting that's good. So when the gong goes off,
you can assume it's 7:30. Yeah.
Yeah. For a time frame. that's good indication to go with, being that there's not, at least I didn't pick up any like clocks really in any room.
Oh, you didn't see any clocks the whole movie?
I think I saw there's one, but I just think like there wasn't a lot in the rooms. There was like checking of time, like Mr. Green kept like checking to see like how long they had
45 minutes
until
till
the
the police
cops
show
arrived.
up.
Yeah.
Now there's a grandfather clock right dab in the middle
right
of the
between
shot.
the two rooms of
Yeah.
White and Wadsworth Church. Yes, that's the clock I'm thinking.
Yeah, that was the only one I saw.
Yes. In my notes later, I think I had a question about that clock too.
I had a hard time reading it.
Yeah, ditto.
You guys have a hard time reading the time?
When it shows that shot of the grandfather clock, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's interesting.
Hard to tell what's the second hand, what's the minute hand, and it's hard to tell what's going on with it.
I miss owning a grandfather clock. I grew up in a house with a grandfather clock. It was very fun. Sorry.
Oh, all good. A little more history.
Yeah.
Let's go to you, Ryder, for another one.
Sure. I will jump to the way that the Colonel introduces himself by his first name, because he's hasn't picked up the hint yet that people are going to be going by aliases, or I don't know if that was included in the note or not. That or the letter that they all received.
We know White did. White referenced it being in the letter.
Okay.
So we also know they all have different letters, so that might have been exempt from him. I don't know why it would be exempt from him.
Honestly, because we know now that all of them got the letter that they were going to be using aliases, I just took that as another tick into Mustard's intelligence, because Mustard is not the brightest character in this bunch.
No.
And also he comes across as this is weird to say, he's a bit more on the honorable side, even if he has a checkered past. So I think he would introduce himself by his name anyway. So it kind of goes hand in hand. That for that particular thing. So again, it's just going to be a distinction of how like every character is just a slightly different introduction. They already know what they're doing and are picking up like clues of what's going on. And I think Wadsworth arriving first and giving a tour of the mansion gives us a nice lay of the land, as it were. So we're figuring out where everything is in relation to each other before it all becomes important.
Yeah, I like I guess then with the character introductions of it, seeing, and yes, saying this on purpose, but the difference between those who are there not for a game or like an event to occur and just kind of like a meeting because of a mysterious letter upon arrival. So like Mustard almost going with his real name because it's not like, oh yeah, sorry, I forgot, like not common practice, but like Scarlet playing into it more.
Yeah.
And then Plum kind of using it to protect himself more so to hide. And so all the name things are, and how the characters' mannerisms and body language work with it work well.
Funny enough, the only thing, because I actually do think everything about the first, as I said, the first 25 minutes of this were really brilliantly written. So it made like the dumb parts stick out a little bit more. Scarlet left her car lights on as she drove off with Mr. Plum.
She did.
Which it bugged that bugged me.
A dead battery.
Yeah, exactly. It bugged the shit out of me.
Sprinks.
That's me.
Since you did all the fact finding and you kind of touched on it, was there a reason they didn't stick with the character colors for their outfits? You said they stuck with the cars, but was there a reason?
Yes, it was on the cars. No, I did not see a reason for them not having their colors as outfits, but they do seem to have very. There was something on like there was something like Peacock, like even though it's not a coloring look, she still has like that kind of frizzled, feathery hair. So there's aspects of that, but the matte coloring of kind of like the grays, black and whites of the outfits kind of made it more like collective of all blending. I think, into the mystery of like who is it, and everyone looks slightly the same-ish, but it's still off coloring to their namesake, so it's still a mask on a mask kind of look.
It might have just been me, but now that you guys got me thinking about like them not sticking to the coloring of their outfits, I'm thinking that everybody has a sort of opposite-ish color to their outfits. Green, for example, I think is in a navy blue suit. Scarlet's
Yeah.
in blue. White is in black, and they have a lot of. The coloring is obviously, I think, is intended, as you say, like they're all intended to kind of blend in a little bit more with their background and add a little more ambiguity. But at face value, at least those are the ones that come to mind. Like in mustard, you don't have yellow, you have brown. You have a brown suit instead. So for me, I think a lot of them have like kind of opposite colors traditionally to what then their namesake is.
I see that. The only one I saw that really kind of matched was when Mrs. White arrived, and Wadsworth took off her coat, and it has this white
Inner lining.
white underlining that just kind of fully envelops her as it's being removed, but it's quickly taken off.
Yeah. And Mustard has like a mustard yellow tie. I don't know. It just seems so strange to me because usually wardrobe is like they look fine, but because this is a Clue movie based off the board game, I have no idea why they really didn't go with the colors. And kind of just the characters, because like Mrs. White and pretty much all the versions I've seen, I haven't seen every board game version, but she's usually an elderly woman, Mrs. White. And Mr. Green's typically a more larger guy.
Sometimes balding a little.
Yeah. But that's usually a consistent with those characters. Peacock's pretty accurate with her appearance other than just the color for her outfit.
Yeah.
So I don't know, it's a strange avenue.
Do you think it would have been
not stick to the source for a board game?
Crimson, would you have preferred if the letters instructed them to arrive in the color to their names, or upon arrival Wadsworth gave them something to fit their coloring?
Whether it be a ribbon or a piece of clothing, like a scarf.
Yeah, an article of clothing upon arrival, or instructed to arrive prior with it.
Anyway, really, I mean, if they just showed up in their colors from the games, I think that's fine. If Wadsworth gave them all like a flower corsage or a tie or whatever for each person to represent their color, I'd be fine.
I think if they arrived in their own colors of their own choosing without being instructed at the beginning, it would made the tone of the beginning of the film a lot more silly.
No, it's all about how you apply them. It's not like Miss Peacock would be in a like blue jumpsuit. They would make it visually appealing. It doesn't have to stand out. That's an extreme broad assumption that it would just stand out without knowing how they would implement it.
True, but it still implies that their own choice was to implement it.
Well,
Not
the Peacock wear a blue outfit.
Well, up until we hear the aliases, then we could assume that they, were instructed. We don't necessarily need to know the details of what was in the letter. In
terms of them being told to dress up, yeah, you would need to know that.
Okay.
It's just weird. They honor the games by giving rooms that are in the game, the weapons from the game, the shortcuts from the games,
and the alternate
the names of the characters, and yet they don't adhere to the characters' visuals. It's just I don't understand it.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes into.
I see the pitch.
Yeah,
but
I haven't played Clue as much, so I'm not as loyal to the game mechanics, but I've also always been like doesn't necessarily. We've had our back and forth over I think adaptation and what that entails and our differences in that. So in this case, I didn't. I mean, because I like I said, I haven't played Clue in a while, so I didn't even remember like everyone was color coded with their aliases and stuff like that, as far as I was concerned. So I don't know. I never took it as an issue, I guess. But I guess I can see why, if you were coming for a Clue adaptation, why that would feel a little off.
Yes, I do see the pitch of it being a nitpick of everything
I'm
else matching
picturing
except this one standout.
like a Monopoly movie where Moneybag, I forgot what his name is, the banker guy,
Mr.
um,
Monopoly.
Mr. Monopoly, where he's not like this old man where he's just a guy in his 30s. I'd be like, why are you making a Monopoly movie with a guy in his 30s? It should be this old guy.
It's a prequel to his life. It's leading up to.
I mean, sure, if they did that, I'd be fine with that. But if not, it just seems weird because board games, for the most part, at least the older classic games, board games now are a lot more complicated, but we're pretty simple. There's not a lot to follow if you're going to adapt them into something. And the characters in the Clue game do have little like bio descriptions that do vary from the games. So I'm not really holding that to this movie because that does vary. But their appearances
True, the only
generally
thing
are similar.
Before production of '84.
Yeah.
But I see what you're saying. I don't know. I don't know how many board game adapted movies I've seen of how they follow. The only one that really comes to mind right now is the Battleship movie, but I haven't seen it.
It's not a
went
good
way off
adaptation.
track on that.
That is not an adaptation of the game. Which is the weird. I feel like they call it Battleship not for the sake of the game, but just because the movie centers around one of the greatest battleships of all in history.
Weird. The marketing was all about the game.
I know, which is hilarious. Because I do think
is that like the epitome of taking an IP just for the IP's name and not anything else?
I feel like that would be that yes. I feel that fits the description
I haven't
perfectly.
seen it yet.
There's a lot of elements that are not in the board game in that movie without saying anything.
Okay.
Hungry hippos, but with giraffes. Why?
Oh, is that
Why would
movie?
you do that? No.
They got long necks. Let's see. How about the theme? Just the beginning opening theme. I think it's very fitting and has elements of emotion of both like silliness, spookiness, and tension.
Yes.
Yes, I believe
It
my
really
description.
starts very dark.
Yeah, I believe my description was frightful whimsy.
Yeah, it kind of sounded like something like Beetlejuicy a little.
Lightly. I can see the comparison. But I agree. The theme does do a good job setting the vibes of the film, what to expect going into it.
Yeah, I just really like that. I don't know if it's a synthesizer noise that's being used, but the like really high pitched tech little overlay.
Out of my wheelhouse. Too bad Sister's not here for that one.
Yeah, it's just not here. Oops. But that part I like, that it feels so different of a sound to the violins, and I think it's not piano, is it? I'm not the big music guy for instruments, but like just more like an orchestrated piece overlapping with something that sounds very off, but they fit.
Yeah,
If that works.
Non-conventional pairing.
Yeah. That makes sense, which really helps the whole like dark, spooky, grounded feel, and then like a silly noise. And this movie has some silly noises. There's some interesting choice of sound effects when they choose them.
There's just some once the film starts leaning into its comedy elements a little bit more, it gets silly. Yeah. But as for an opening, this is mostly like outside of stepping in the poo, it's pretty serious opening.
Yeah, and I guess I like that. Like the poo does help cut a small comedic break, I guess, overall of this uncertainty everyone has,
Yeah. While also showing
which
who's
is kind of the
observant and who's not.
whole theme of the
you know?
movie. Yeah.
Up until like a murder, Wadsworth is pretty composed and lax. He's not this excitable character that we end up finding out
When
he
he starts
is.
running around the mansion. Yeah.
Uh, yeah, he's pretty composed in the beginning of this.
That's another song. I think like the two main songs of the movie are that opening theme and then that one of Wadsworth running around, and that one just plays really into just the silly goofiness kind of music.
Yeah,
Nothing
where
really
everyone's just
serious
like,
is
get
mentioned in
on
that
with
one.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've already watched the movie. We don't need a recap.
Yeah, that's a good point to make. Does drag it a little, but it is comical. We went on a little back and forth. I can't forget. Remember who started? So let's go with writer.
All right. I think I'll touch on like everybody gathering into the same room. Again, it's just focusing on the introductions to all these characters. So Mrs. White and Yvette knowing each other, being pointed out. Like the surprise in the butler or Mr. Body's voice, whichever one you want to take. This is Wadsworth is at Scarlet and Mr. Plum arriving together. There's a lot of things you could peel back as potential layers for the endings that we're going to get later on.
Yeah, the little subtleties and observance and pickups. And did Mr. Plum actually touch Scarlet's butt outside? Did she
Sure looked
feel
like
or
it.
notice that?
Yeah, she
Or is that
turned to
just
look at
played
him.
to? Okay. I was curious if that was just played to the audience to see Plum's kind of intention.
I think I never took it that he touched. I took it as he was a pervy, but they stopped before he stopped before he did.
It looked like he did.
It looked like he was
Okay.
reaching for it, but I don't think he made actual contact.
I don't know if because it cuts upwards, and Scarlet does look towards Plum, but it could be looking for an answer upon Wadsworth welcoming them in, kind of thing, what to do. But it could be also played that it's her reaction to being touched. But I feel like with Scarlet it would be a little more than just a look.
Yeah, because Scarlet's constantly removing hands off of her throughout the film. That's why I don't think that's why I don't think Mr. Plum touched her, because it shows deliberately what happens when you touch her constantly in the film.
Yeah, but also, I'm like, it also kind of helped. I mean, it is, but he also did help her, and they did have time in the car, which yes isn't much, but it is kind of like her first, I guess, slight comfort of understanding someone in her predicament as well, going to this place and not fully knowing anything. So it's the slight like cat what's the word I'm looking for? Bond, I guess, of just like two characters, and it leads into later. Ground. Yeah, when they're trying to hide the motorist, and they do the makeout thing. It's like, would anyone else be in that to hide other than Plum and Scarlet for a choice, like for each other, kind of thing? So
yeah, they have some foundations being built here. Like there is some trust that they formed because they're both out of their depth.
Yeah, so I just like the little subtlety of that could work that way without being so sudden, kind of thing later.
Yeah, and I also feel like Scarlet probably would have just grabbed any guy, though.
Possibly. I don't know if she'd grab Mr. Green.
If it was kiss him or potentially get caught for murder, I think she'd go for the kiss. But
well, I think Scarlet would attempt. I don't know if Mr. Green would attempt. Well, depends on how,
Green was already assigned to distraction duty, so
that's true. I'll bring up. I didn't write down the timestamp, but when when Colonel Mustard arrives at the door and rings the doorbell, and outside we see the shadow of his portrait against the wall, when ringing the doorbell. I think it's a really cool lined up shot, and especially the side profile to actually see the makings of the face and not just kind of hidden shadow. However, from what we saw of Wadsworth with the dogs and every other guest arriving at the front door, there is no light to hit someone at that angle to project a shadow that to be cast that way.
I don't remember this particular shadow. Could it have been the car headlights in the driveway?
No. It's like the front door and the camera is on the left of the door facing the doorbell handle, I think.
Okay, so it wouldn't be the headlights then.
I don't think so. It's looking it up. It's at 4 minutes 37 seconds into the movie. There is a shadow of Colonel Mustard's hand on the wall facing the front door, which could be from headlights behind. But even from what we saw was Wadsworth walking up, there's kind of like a small step, and then later on in the movie when they leave the front door, there is some space there. So I guess
Okay,
it really
I-
depends on where the car was parked, but I don't think at the angle of where the front door is to where cars are parked that it would be cast like that.
Not likely. And there could also be a new porch light on now that Wadsworth is there. You could have flipped on a porch light.
Possibly, but when we see the shot behind Plum and Scarlet when Wadsworth opens the door, there is no additional lighting change. So I just think it was used to make the shot look cool of the first introduction of Colonel Mustard or any guest arriving, but it is a little impractical.
Yes, I agree.
With that, let's go to you, Crimson.
Okay, let's see. Let's talk about the butler that buttles. That got a little chuckle out of me. It's been years since I've seen this movie. Long time. Didn't remember that line. Butler who buttles. And I don't know. We kind of talked about Mustard not being the brightest, so asking a butler what a butler does is a little
Silly.
smartest thing in the world.
It's a little silly, yeah.
But it
Yeah.
also plays something I do like in Writer. You touched on it, like the introduction of everyone having different, being different in their observations of each other and what they would pick up and who doesn't. And I just like that they fit the witty humor or the witty banter onto one character and not a collection of characters. I mean, everyone has funny lines and things they do, but Wadsworth really does line delivery fast and witty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like his character trait, you know. And Scarlet points out her as being she makes jokes at awful times.
Yeah. So I do like that, and I do think Wadsworth's dialogue is written very sharp.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think I might have complained about one line of dialogue from him throughout the entirety of the movie, but we'll get there when we get there.
I have a broad question to propose, and there are aspects, I guess, with the depending on the ending, it does strengthen or weaken a little here and there. But do you think Miss Ho, the cook, is underutilized in comparison to like every other character in this movie?
Depends on how you want to use the character. I since I don't even really count her as a character, honestly. She's just kind of like a tool. But for what they have set forth in this film, I don't think we need more of her. Because I don't really know where they would have just shoved more scenes with her or more moments of people talking about her. It kind of felt streamlined enough to me.
I'll go next, I guess. I'm not sure what I would want to do with her as a character because I think she's a good device. Um, I I can see someone wanting more to do with this character, but for me, the characterization for her and Yvette happened almost in an instant, which is when they hear Mr. Body's voice. You can see like the look in their eye, which you can pull a lot from as far as defining who that character is and what they are. So I think it would be interesting to do more with her, but I think she's perfectly fine as is, because as Crimson said, they utilize her and reference her enough in the dialogue that she has an established importance to this film, whether or not she lives, past a certain point.
Okay.
Yeah, she gets killed pretty early. The only thing I can think of is like she brings the food into the dining room, but I feel like that would undercut a lot of the interactions we have already in there.
Okay. I just see the motorist, the officer, Yvette. Trying to think if the Singing Telegram even has more with Plum's connection, but I don't know. It just seems like she's kind of the weakest, and even with the line of like Peacock's favorite recipe didn't necessarily have to be the cook's decision to make. It could have been Body, either Wadsworth Body or the other Body, decision to make that meal and prep via the cook. So I don't know. I just see like her connection at parts is she just seems to be the weakest, I guess, of the bunch. And I don't
feel like
necessarily
the
think she
Telegram
needs.
and motorist are the weakest to me.
I feel like their connections are stronger to a character than the cook is. I'm in agreement with what you said, Crimson, though. I don't think she needs more screen time necessarily, or a scene of her talking to someone on the phone, or being in a room with the gloved character or anything like that. I just think a little more discussion of how she's intertwined with everyone, kind of thing. Or more so to one person, maybe.
Well, she cooked for Peacock, right? That was one of the main points around her.
That was her connection.
Yeah.
But it sounds like Spring Swan's more.
Yeah, could just be a me thing.
Like Yvette had 3 characters connected to her, but the cook only had the one, I guess.
Well, the motorist also
kind of
had
the same
one,
with
the mustard.
Motorist and
Telegram had Plum.
Okay.
Officer Scarlet, yeah. I don't know. It could just be me. But let's go to writer.
Sure. I had one and it's gone, so give me a sec.
Oh, that stinks. While you think about that, let's go to Crimson.
Sure. I got one. So we talked about how Mustard might not be the brightest, but he does deliver a line here that has some credibility behind it in the dining room. The female of the species is more deadly than the male.
I'm looking at that exact quote in my notes right now.
Yeah, so maybe he's a little bit more clever than we gave credit, because we do have 2 endings where a female commits the murder, and then obviously everyone later.
The ending where everyone.
So I
is
guess
the
quote unquote all of them have a female murderer.
Yeah,
I do like the cut though that leads into an audience like gosh, it's not subliminal messaging, but it's laying a plant, something like that or whatever. But when that line is said, there's just a quick cut to Mrs. White, and she doesn't say anything, and she's just looking kind of straight on, and then continues. So it feels like that line's connected to her in some way by that edit.
Yeah, there's
whether it is or not, and I think I just like how it plays with that to an audience perspective.
Of the red herring.
Yeah,
breadcrumb.
It's a red herring breadcrumb, because otherwise, what the assumption is from everyone else is that Mrs. White is responsible for the death of her husband. So they're playing up the red herring a little bit for that. I did remember my point. Mr. Green, it's a very simple one. Mr. Green's sitting down when Wadsworth is barking orders outside.
Yeah,
it was funny, but also tells you a lot about Mr. Green. He's used to taking orders, which fits with one of the endings.
Yes, and he's also a bit of a submissive man.
Yeah. He's either in deep,
Depending
deep
on the ending.
cover or.
Mr.
He's
Green
certainly
is
getting to the bottom of this.
nice one there.
I really think you didn't pick up on what I just said, Crimson, but that's okay.
Bottom as in like gay stuff, or
Okay, you did pick up what I was talking about. Okay.
there we go.
Okay, it's not necessarily just gay stuff, but sure.
No, that's not true. Yes.
I think that's what Springs was going for with the joke, though.
Okay, moving on. Crimson.
Okay. Let's see. Mr. Body, or the faux butler, depending on the ending.
I think for simplicity, we should just call him Mr.
We'll just
Body,
call him Body.
and we'll just stick with Wadsworth.
Yes.
Mr. Body. He's probably my least favorite part of the whole movie. The actor is way more extra, I think, than everybody else in this. Even Tim Curry as Wadsworth. I feel he plays up the role to a cartoon level, where while this movie's kind of like on the edge at moments as cartoony, he was full cartoon, and he just stood out, and it kind of bothered me.
Oh, I just thought he was a terrible actor.
That's also a potential element. I haven't seen him in anything else.
It does go with a little that the actor Lee Vane, that's his name, and it was a quote, or not a quote. It was a fact that seemed minor, so I didn't include it. But it was the line of Wadsworth saying that Mr. Body will be leaving. Supposedly in some subtitles, it actually is the actor's name, Lee Vane. But I do think his acting is probably the lower scale of everyone else in the film, and his cartooniness and boastfulness did play into, like, he's the host possibly, but Wadsworth tells that's his seventh guest and not the host upon his arrival or prior to his arrival around the table, and that is over mannerism is cartooning. Our cartoonishness, I thought, possibly plays into that Wadsworth and Mr. Body know the plan of the event for the other guests, and this is kind of like part of the play that they're putting on.
I don't know. He also feels inconsistent, like when he escalates in the was it the study that they were in? Yeah, it was the study. Where he's like, "This is a hoax," and he tries to storm out. I guess if it was set up, it was to establish that they're trapped in there, but they didn't need to do that. I don't know. Body's the worst part of this film for me.
Body's the worst part. I don't know.
Acting wise, I agree. To be frank, I don't think he was a good enough actor to even for me to get cartoonish vibes from him. I just got bad guy. Okay, that's pretty much all I got from him as far as reading the character. And I don't even know if that's his acting. It might have just been the makeup department and the outfit that he was given by the costume department that just made him look sinister. I did not get cartoonish vibes from him at all. I just thought
the full black suit did give 80s bad guy.
Yeah, I never got cartoonish vibes from him. I'm just like, can you? I might have said at one point at my computer, like, can you act? That would be nice.
Yeah. Crimson, do you mean cartoonish? That we're on understanding one another cartoonishly in the way that he comes to decisions very quick that don't seem to be thought out or kind of pre-planned what he's doing?
No, it's typically when I see. Usually, I apply it to bad guys, the cartoony, because that's usually where you find the most exaggerated characters, is some kind of villains. So his writer is pretty accurate, but I guess I just assign that as cartoony and not just bad guy. I see it as he's an extra bad guy, which makes him fit into the cartoony camp for me.
I see.
Okay, unappropriate. Well, we say he's a bad actor. I was going to say unappropriate overacting. That's the
I mean,
definition.
potentially. I mean, we don't know if that was the direction they wanted him to act. I mean, they could have wanted him to be extra, but um, I can't tell. I think it is bad acting, but it's hard to say if he was told to act that way.
And the reason I think a lot of my reasons why I take issue with him as a character is because a lot of the film rests on this character with the short time that we have him. Because once he's quote unquote dead, it's the film is going to go in a very specific direction. So it we needed to kind of squeeze like every second of this character for information, but I don't think that was conveyed well enough. He's not a other than he's potentially the bad guy. You know.
Yes.
They know who I am. This is a hoax. I got to get out of here.
Yes, I like that they're all aware of the arrival, but not the reason for the arrival. So kind of like the difference of Murder by Death of last week's episode, of that they all knew they were coming to solve something, and this one they're not coming. Like the group of guests in that was detectives, and this one they're not. Their collection is blackmailed.
Yeah. But like again, good camera work. We get everybody's reaction upon hearing his voice.
Yeah. The ones who know him.
The ones who've met him, yeah.
Or met him. That's better phrase. Yeah. The ones who have met him. I like the usage of a rule of 3 that they use at 13:15 about after Mrs. White says that all her husband does is lie on his back all day, which I thought was a fitting line. But the kitchen window from Yvette, the thunder outside, and then Mr. Green spilling, I guess, his spoon on Scarlett, of all these loud noises to kind of just quick cut 1, 2, 3, I think flowed very well.
Yeah. Mr. Green also just point out that if it is an act in one of the ending, like it is in one of the endings, he's a bit clumsy because he also spills his drink on Peacock.
Oh, he is accident prone. Yes. I think the most apparent one is when he's trying to find a seat in the study and leans against kind of the drink cart and it just shatters under him.
Yeah.
Whose point was that?
I think I was talking Mr. Body Cartoony.
Okay. Then writer.
All right. As soon as I heard Mr. Body, I'm like, okay, well, it's obvious who's going to die. The question is how. But I think I'll jump to their discussion about how they all slowly figure out their connection is Washington. Like they all work in Washington. Peacock breaking the ice, I think makes the most sense, being the wife of a politician, even if the politician doesn't pay her that much attention. So, and I think everyone is pulled into the conversation in a reasonable way to kind of eventually, so they're all referencing like, how they know each other, how they've seen each other, and stuff like that, and the information. It kind of implies things about their jobs as well. So again, just really good job of getting across more information about these characters in a short amount of time, in the most natural way you possibly can, by making it awkward because it is awkward. They kind of leaned into that a little bit.
Yeah. Revealing only so much without being fully open to one another.
Yeah, but you have enough to infer. Like I immediately started inferring, all right, Scarlett runs a brothel in Washington D.C. I immediately started inferring like, who's who and where they've met each other before. And obviously the Plums, I think it just comes outright and said he used to work for the United Nations or something like that. Something to that effect. So again, all important information, and kind of gauging each other's skill sets raising the skill sets a little bit for potential endings we might get. So.
Yeah, I mean, and it goes with what you typically like, Creator, which is characters sitting around a location and conversing. usually say like a campfire or stuff
Yeah,
like
I,
that.
I I call it a
In this case,
campfire
it's
trope,
setting.
but in this case,
Yeah.
it's not really them like bonding as characters. It's more about them talking to one another and giving information to the audience because the objective of the campfire scene, quote unquote, usually in murder mysteries, is to give the audience information about what's going to happen and why.
I also like how this really plays into how a game of Clue works. They're not necessarily suspecting a suspect at this moment, but they're in the room to one another, sharing one piece of information
Yeah.
that's being picked up by another person, even if not directed to that person what the information is.
Yeah, and even then, you get a sense that they're slowly like starting to open up with each other, and then obviously, Body arrives, and then everyone immediately closes off again.
Yeah.
And Ryder, since I was hard to tell if you knew it, but Mr. Body is the name of the victim in Standard Clue.
That's funny. Yeah, no, but I always, it's kind of half of a joke. Not like I wonder who's gonna die.
Yeah, I mean it's appropriately named for the game and obviously for the movie, but just didn't know if you knew. So there you go. If you didn't,
I also find it very funny of Plum's connection of what he works for of the United Nations organization, but actually a branch off of that for the for the World Health Organization.
Yeah, who?
Where which connected is you know who.
oh,
All right,
you know who did it?
That's a little funny.
And I went, that's smart.
Yeah, that's a good one. Didn't pick that up.
Let's go to Crimson.
Okay. So they all go into the study where Wadsworth is going to discuss their connections. And so Mr. Body's there. It's just, I'm trying to figure out what the big plan was. And I know with different endings, it can get a little blurry on it. But I don't fully understand the connection between Wadsworth and Body laying out all this information.
Oh,
Again, that
it seems
depends on the ending.
Wadsworth's wife was blackmailed, and this is his revenge to get back at Body for connecting all those he's blackmailed against him, and that they can all work together to turn him in. And Body's defense to that is, hey, just take out Wadsworth, and everything will continue as it is.
Yeah,
But
I don't
if
know
you even
why
flip it with
Wadsworth
ending
would need
C.
to set this up. Sorry.
I was going to say, even if you want to flip it with ending C of Wadsworth is Body, then it's to just take care of Mr. Body as the butler, which plays more into than that this is all arranged, kind of more so of Wadsworth and Body or swapped roles of being Mr. Body then and the butler, of doing this to the guests kind of thing, because that it really changes Body's, I guess, bad acting still being that, but like how he reacts if he's the butler in that scene then.
I thought Ryder was going to say something.
I mean, I have things to say, but let's see.
I heard you.
With regarding to like whether the about the plan, I guess, of whether it should be. Again, it depends on the ending. I tend to prefer, as much as I enjoy ending C, I think that the film makes more sense if we take Wadsworth at face value and what he's saying with regards to his wife is blackmailed. That's why he's come up with this revenge plot.
Yeah, if we go at that angle, I don't know why he needed to get them all in a group and have Body present during this whole discussion instead of just going to them one-on-one or writing a letter to sit talking about the proof and to go to the police, blah, blah, blah. It seems like easier avenues than to do this like intervention style group activity.
Well, isn't of ending scene then of Wadsworth being body, that it's all to be put blame onto everyone else present, and he gets away scot-free, and this is just
I don't know why he
because
would
that
want
also
that.
well, if he's the one blackmailing everyone, and then this is a way that everyone murdered someone and has blood on their hands, this is a way to tie it all up and just leave and take care of that whole mess of the lot of everyone.
But why? I mean, they're all still paying him the blackmail. There's no one that's like stopped doing it, so he has no reason to cut ties with them.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Why cut the tie?
Yeah, there's no one that like pushed back on him. He's like, all right, these guys are out of hand. I need to cut ties.
And he's not
never get
he's not in the process of being caught either. So
yeah, I mean, he's totally free right now, going with ending C. So I don't even know if that motive makes sense.
as much as I enjoyed ending C's twist, I think that was probably where I had the most subjective fun. But honestly, I do think ending C is probably the objective worst of the three. Because I think
we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah, we'll get there.
But it's more with just Wadsworth and Body's plans with revealing information here, and I think we got a good talk on it without getting too much more into the endings.
Yeah.
That was my point. I don't know who's next.
Let's see. I'll go to something I can find. I like the detail that even with C, if it was staged just to show everyone present in the room, but Wadsworth had a letter to arrive himself to make himself look less innocent and more on track and page with everyone else who arrived with the letter.
Yeah, and it builds into what he says later of like everyone has a reason to be here. Cook, Yvette, anybody.
Yeah, and he, I mean, if we're taking him at face value too, it could be his plan. So he, quote unquote, he might have lied about the letter of just like he was given the job of doing this for this, and he just decided to roll with it as part of the plan.
I think if you go with ending C, then the plan was made before his arrival to the building. If not, I still think the letter that Wadsworth has, being that it's not shown, I think is a different formed letter if it's A and B versus if it's C.
What capacity? What would be the difference?
Well, if it's C, well, you know what? No, that doesn't make sense. It would be the same. It wouldn't matter what it says on it. It would just it would be the same either way. Because even if someone got a hand on it or took it from him, it would still show or should show in a way that he was invited, play off that he's like a guest like everyone else.
Yeah. Either way, I mean, smart to have the letter on him.
Yeah.
Whether mastermind or not.
Well, I mean, you also have to remember in the other endings, he works directly for the police. They say, "Well done, Wadsworth," or something to that effect. So
yeah,
legitimately, like that stuff could be just there to help him keep his cover, his letter, his things like that.
It's true. Yeah, whoever that call was from Mr. Hoover. I guess kind of it doesn't aid at all into the Wadsworth and Body scene of Body running to the front door, but at like 18 or timestamp 1808 to like 1816 when they're at the door, and it's kind of like from the middle of the hallway shot looking past over Wadsworth's shoulder and Mr. Body at the front door. That ADR, I really think it's like ADR work or something, because it sounds like a more condensed spaced audio for an open room.
Do you know what the lines were?
I don't, but if you give me a second, I can find them.
All right. Well,
okay. Based off of describing the scene, I don't really know.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ryder.
Yeah, I was gonna, while he does that, then while you're looking that up, I can jump to the start of everybody's like reasons they're being blackmailed. I quite enjoy that Mr. Green is just straight up honest. Is like, I'm gay. And again, we're showing a little difference in character traits, who comes forward and who doesn't. But one of the things I really like about the scene is the scene does a very good job of making Miss Scarlet very interested in everybody's, like, what they talk about and what they reveal. So like she goes around, she follows Wadsworth around the entire scene, as most of the scene, as she's going around to reveal people.
And that strengthens and aids into ending A that her dealing and interest is in secrets.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's a very good job on that part for building towards ending A.
And for ending C, it's also showing the intelligence of Mr. Green sharing a secret that he's playing along with that isn't actually the secret he has.
Yeah. Well, he's there under deep cover, so presumably the assumption would be is they fabricated something for him to be blackmailed on to kind of lure out Mr. Body in that instance, so he would know what his is. And again, I love Wadsworth's reaction to him just giving away, and just like the blink / annoyance as he just flips to the next page.
Yeah. I liked that. I did write that down of two instances where Wadsworth seemed surprised. And I think that was played really well. And that's one example, writer, where Mr. Green says that, and Wadsworth's surprised reaction to look through the paper is that possibly isn't information he has, because it's not true. And it's not something he has on Mr. Green. And it also goes with when Colonel Mustard's saying his mummy and daddy were dead. That also goes to a surprise to Wadsworth, because we find out later that's also not true. And it's just false information that doesn't match up to what he has.
Yeah. Again, which kind of, I don't know, it kind of lends me into Wadsworth not being the mastermind a little bit. But I do like that as well, because it makes him a little bit more fallible. As someone who's helped construct this elaborate plan to try and capture, or to get everyone on the same page and how they're going to deal with Mr. Body. Did you find your quote you were looking for, Springs?
I did. Mr. Body gets up and says, like, it's a hoax, and Wadsworth says, you can't leave, and then it goes to the hallway, and it kind of starts here where Body goes, who's going to stop me? And there's no way out. All the doors have bars and locked. And then Mr. Body's like, this is an outrage. You can't hold us prisoner. Kind of like that whole bit.
Okay. Yeah, I agree, because I can hear it in my head right now.
Yeah, there's just something off with that audio, and I do just think that was ADR work. I don't know, like a mic, like a boom mic or something, being that it's a set, couldn't get placed either by that front door for Bodies speaking.
I agree. It doesn't sound 100% right.
Okay, and Crimson, did you have anything that you want to add on to the either surprise of Mr. Green or Scarlet's secret intake that she does, or Wadsworth's surprise to the news?
No, I guess with the Wadsworth one, I didn't really carry as much weight as you guys were putting on it, but I think Scarlet and Green were in line with what I was thinking, and I think it was a good addition that they put that in.
Okay. A detail I also like that's very subtle, like it's in a panning shot, and it is kind of a blink you miss it moment of Yvette in the study is going around offering everyone some brandy on a tray, and I think Colonel Mustard turns her down, and it kind of goes from left to right, and she's going around the room. But because of the little thing we got earlier in the library of Wadsworth picking up that White and Yvette know each other, Yvette does not offer any brandy to Mrs. White and just completely passes her.
Again, adding to the history and the differing interpretations you might want to take with the ending.
Yeah, but I believe a Wadsworth in this panning shot is just explaining things, and it's just going. It's not exactly. I guess it's kind of tracking Yvette a little, but she's not centered. Just of the room of everyone taking in the information. But
I quite like when Scarlett's upfront about her running a very particular kind of business. I like that. Colonel Mustard's offended by it, but Mr. Plum just doesn't care. Professor Plum.
Professor Plum.
Okay. Showing where the two of them are as far as the morals are concerned.
There's a line that I guess is still within this 25-minute mark for you, writer, that I thought you would find very enjoyable and humorous, of Professor Plum saying that he works for being a doctor for paranoid and homicidal like lunatics, but now he works for the United Nations, and Wadsworth says like, so there's no difference.
Yeah, that there's a lot of like little bits like that. Like, you don't need help. He's like, are you trying to make me look stupid in front of your guests? You don't need help on that. You need no help on that account.
Right.
Damn right I don't. There's a lot of those little quips that, like I said, it's very, very witty dialogue from Wadsworth. Very entertaining character. Very much enjoyed him on screen.
And then just some of like political jokes of like the socialists and communist stuff is
Yeah, communist stuff is red herring, but
yeah.
Yeah. But it also has that goofy humor in the dialogue as well, with the whole truth thing with Mustard asking Scarlett, tell him it's not true. It's not true. Is that true? No, it's not true. So it is true.
Yeah, like I said,
Yes.
it's very packed dialogue. Like, even the serious stuff with Mrs. White talking about her dead husband. It's a matter of life after death. I now have a life. That sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's
And
not
that actually lies dead, like lying on his back that Scarlett picked up, or just the humor of like saying like, oh, not only his top head was cut off, but his other, and then the triple leg cross of the guys on
All
the
the
couch.
Yeah. Yep. And I like I said, it's very, very witty dialogue, and it's extremely well written, and it's almost like, in the case of Mrs. White's line about it's life after death, I now have a life, and how everybody interacts with each other, and the jokes, it all is very, very, it can be very, very funny and very serious, but it all is very intelligently written for all the characters to give. Each line of dialogue is giving you something about both the characters that's speaking and who they're talking to and how they're saying it. It's very, very good stuff.
Yes. I
And
have another. Oh, you go ahead, Crimson, first.
Okay, I was trying to set like a year that the movie takes place in, because I don't think it was stated explicitly anywhere.
It does
New England,
at the very beginning. Yes.
1954.
Oh, never mind. I looked over it. That's actually within line what my estimate was, so that worked out.
Well done. I appreciate your attempt to estimate. They did give us a
Wow.
time frame.
I don't know how I missed that. I combined it with J. Edgar Hoover and the communist talk. I found a time frame off of that. Well, all right.
Good job.
My guess was mid-50s, so that works out.
Good job.
Oh, wonderful.
You
Well,
did
detective work.
extra work, and you were right.
Yeah, Red Scare was obviously Cold War 50s, 60s stuff, and then J. Edgar Hoover was in office from 1927 to 73 or something. I had it written. I don't know where it is, but all right. Well, sweet.
I'm glad
I
that
missed that.
lined up for you, because I know you would find that a nitpick if it wasn't.
Well, thanks for clearing that up and confirming
Ha-
my
yeah,
estimate.
happy to help. Though you should thank the movie.
Yeah, happy
It
to
was
tell you
there.
the film did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, good on them.
I've been doing a lot of praise. I will jump now to, I think, my least one of the lines of dialogue where the dialogue quality started falling off a bit. It didn't like drive off a cliff or anything, but I do think that the quality of like the story starts going down as soon as the briefcase comes out. I don't think Mrs. White needs to say it's the evidence against us, no doubt, when he starts handing out everybody gifts. That felt really like a ham-fisted piece of dialogue. And the reason it stands out to me is because everything else before it was excellent. That's why this one stood out to me. It's just, you didn't need to say that.
Uh, well, it kind of plays into a subversion of expectation a little because it's not what she says it is, and we haven't seen Wadsworth empty the envelope full of the evidence yet. So that's still somewhere, if anywhere, up to
Mhm.
that point.
Yeah,
But
I
I do see
understand
what you mean, that without the line, it still adds mystery more
Yeah.
into what is being handed out.
So what the line does, it gives the audience like it just reminds the audience, oh, it could be this. That's kind of what the purpose of the line is. It's giving the audience something. It's not quite as I want to say red herring as far as a piece of dialogue is concerned, but red herrings are like generally like pull all eyes to it, and so it that would feels like of a big like it would be. It's not as strong as a red herring by the atypical definition of a red herring.
Yes, I
So
don't think it's red herring. It doesn't lead to a dead end, but I think it is a reminder to the audience.
Yeah.
Possibly like evidence is still held somewhere, if anywhere.
yeah, I just find not that the choice to have something about it potentially being evidence is bad. I just found the literal line, the evidence against us, no doubt. I just found that to be a very weak line. So I think because it's the first line in the movie where I'm like, all right, that could have been better. It stands out to me compared to everything that came before because of that. And I think the line of dialogue could be reworked because I also agree with what you said, Springs. It is there to set up the subversion that they're all being given murder weapons. So I think the line of dialogue could be reworked, or I think it could be removed. Because there's a level of like you should be able to trust your audience, and I think this is a time where you could.
I see. Yeah, I don't take it as hard as you do, but I can see it going either way, and both have their ups and downs.
I'm pretty much in line with Sprinks on that one.
Mhm.
You already missed your turn earlier. Go ahead.
All right. I won't host card you. Not yet, anyway. Just a question overall to the two of you, and I'm still on the fence about it because I do feel like the film has to kind of work it this way with its plot that it's working with. But Mr. Body handing out those gifts from his briefcase, are they specifically given to a certain individual guest, or are they randomly handed out?
That was about to be my next talking point, actually. Oh, how appropriate. I wish they were tied to characters because I was thinking on it and I couldn't really think of anything of why would Plum get a revolver? Why would Peacock get a knife? Why would White get a rope? I don't know. And I also don't know why he would pick those items in particular either. Obviously, it's from the game.
True.
But
Like, why would
in
you give
this
someone a
universe,
candlestick like that?
why would Mr. Body give him these tools? So I would have liked them to actually have some connection to the items. That way, it could explain why these random items are there. Because it is just arbitrary. The main reason is so you can discern who could have killed somebody. Right?
Yes. Or if
That's
a tool
the main
ends up
reason.
next to a body or somewhere, it's like you know who had it.
Yeah, so
which
that
is
was his
why I
reason for
leaned into
different
the
weapons.
plot a bit. But the cook having the knife in her back made me think, oh, Peacock's connected to the cook, and she was given the knife. To lean into that. However, there is another secondary knife, which is the one on the study desk that Wadsworth used to open the envelope after dinner.
Well, that's a letter opener, right? But they both look different.
It's-
It's not like it's the same thing.
Oh, I'm going to double check. They looked very similar.
I think the letter opener had a smaller handle to it.
We're having the 12 Ring Men moment where the two knives are the same.
How appropriate.
Yeah. I am in the boat with Crimson. I wish there was more of a direct connection between the people and the murder weapons they were given. I don't think there's any strong connection to them because I could maybe ascribe like one trait to one person as to why they got the weapon, but I can easily do that for everybody as to why they should have gotten a different weapon, maybe. So it's pretty weak. I do appreciate the reference to the game, and I would have preferred obviously them to have more direct ties to, I would prefer to be more direct ties to the characters who received particular weapons, but I do think it's legitimately just randomly handed out.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. The only argument
I find that they made it the weakest possible way that they could have done it.
Yeah. I think the only one that might not have been handed out randomly would be the revolver, because I if that was given to some like Colonel Mustard, I feel like he would shoot without asking too many questions. There's a part of me that thinks he would be capable of it, which would just upend everything. So maybe the revolver was given to Professor Plum in order to like avert that outcome, because Professor Plum gets the revolver, right?
Yes.
I'm just revolver.
Yeah, okay. Because I feel like he would be the one the least likely shoot at the start of a conversation. That's probably the biggest stretch you're going to get from me on that front.
Okay. I just pulled up the knife and everything. It's the way the shot is angled. It really could be, because the knife that Peacock has a hilt to it, but the blade is very almost identical to the letter opening that Wadsworth uses, but Wadsworth's hand would be over the hilt and not on the handle, because there is no hilt above his fist when opening. So he'd have to cover it because only the blade is showing. So it's feasible.
The hilt would be weird.
It would be weird, but it's also just, it feels like one of those things where it's possibly shot so many times or just angled so when opening you can't see it at a point. But
I'd like to point out the blade itself is not very unique looking. It's a pretty standard blade.
Well, yes, but there's like the rays in the center of the blade, and it's not curved anyway, or it's straight down the end, and God, I'm not a blacksmith. I don't know the full terminology, but the curved point versus the angular, like pentagon looking point. And they both seem to match that. But that was just something to throw in. Then it's like, oh, if Peacock is like, I didn't kill her, I was with you guys, I still have the knife kind of thing. But it's like, where'd the other knife come from? Because Peacock doesn't say, like, here's the knife in my hand kind of thing. It could be from the one on the table that Wadsworth used, but which plays into, I guess, ending C, since Wadsworth knows all the secret passages.
And that he does.
And he knows. He also knows them in ending B, right? Because if a friend loaned him the mansion, like is what he says.
Yeah. Well, ending C anyhow, Peacock would have used the secret entrance to kill the cook.
Yeah,
because ending C says that she killed the cook. So,
she would have done its own ending B too, right?
Yeah, being that she was like the main killer.
Yeah. Okay.
So that would have worked as well. I think I'm still on the fence, like either or, if it was specifically given or not, because if it's random, then the story of just like who got what is like just random to play with, and points fingers at the plot of like the candlestick, above the bathroom door that falls on Wadsworth. It's like, well, Scarlett, you had that. Why is that up there? So it's pointing out her to explain something about the situation, versus anyone else that would explain it completely differently, which would butterfly effect different points of the movie. But if it is specifically given out, then it does play into the reason why someone got the thing. Like you said, for example, like Plum got the revolver over Colonel Mustard, and if it's random, there's a higher chance for Colonel Mustard to get it then, or the knife for Peacock to the cook and their connection. So either work for me. It doesn't break anything in the movie, I don't think, but I'm 50-50.
I think
What would break it for me is if they are connected and they don't provide how they're connected. So I'm leaning that they're random because I don't see that being damaging, other than just why these assortment of items.
I guess so. This might be the only movie that comes to mind where a noose wasn't used to hang someone.
I still used to choke somebody, but
Yeah. But that's not a common way you see someone die.
that's true.
Apple Dumpling Gang, where he gets tied around the waist to get hoisted up the side of the bank.
That wasn't to kill him.
That's what you're saying. A time where a noose isn't used to kill someone. That's one where a noose isn't used to kill someone.
Well, this noose and clue is still used to kill someone. Like it's a purpose to just kill someone.
He means
but it's
death
not
by hanging.
used to hang someone.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, still applicable to Apple Dumpling Gang. That's not
I guess
used
so, yeah.
to hang someone.
You are right.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Crimson. I feel like if they were intentionally given to each specific person, I feel like if that was the read they wanted the audience to have, they would have had to been more explicit about it. Not necessarily, I gift you the knife for this reason and this reason, and I gift you the candlestick because this reason and this reason. You don't need to do that, but something that could have tied them a little closer to it over the course of the movie. Just like little things that could be revealed in the dialogue and stuff like that, is to imply why they were given specific things. Like maybe, like this would be interesting, right? Professor Plum was given the gun because he took a Hippocratic oath, even if he is like even if he has a checkered past and he flirted with his patients or whatever and took advantage of his position. That still doesn't mean he killed them, So like there could be reasons that they could have tried it a little harder if they wanted me to think that the weapons that they were given were directly tied to the characters. The best I can make is like really, really loose inferences, and usually really loose inferences aren't strong enough for me to consider it like what actually happened, I guess.
I see. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, just processing. Yeah.
No worries. I will jump to something that's a little bit of an issue later down the line, which is Mr. Body being quote unquote dead after the lights turn back on.
Yes. This is very similar to what happened in Murder by Death. Of checking a dead body.
Yeah. In Murder by Death, it's more funny because it's a bunch of detectives screwing up, and here they specify that like it's someone who works in the medical field can't take a pulse, which I take a little bit of an issue with because this is not as far into the parody as Murder by Death is.
Yes, it's definitely damaging to Professor Plum. However, he does come clean that he made a mistake.
Yeah.
It's a huge mistake.
The entire plot
Not an
revolves
easy
around
one.
it, though. That's my biggest issue with it. I view this as a bit of it's a character nick for Professor Plum, but it's a huge plot contrivance to keep the story going in a specific direction.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes,
even
also
kids know how to check for pulses and heartbeats and stuff. It's not, you don't have to be a doctor to check if someone's dead.
yes, and much like Murder by Death, when I brought it up, how they go to a shot showing the butler breathing, and I went, well, then it can't be the dummy because he's breathing in that one shot. They do the same thing in this film, where they leave the room, I think, and you see Mr. Body on the ground at 30-minute, 39-second timestamp I have, and you see him swallow. And I'm like, well, you can see that he's still alive then. I think if that was removed, it'd have more mystery to the body disappearing, and then the thought explanation that he wasn't dead, because then it shows off to the audience like purposefully he is still alive.
Well, I'm
Which
going to
is
say the
less
same thing I
uncertainty
said
to Plum being confused.
in Murder by Death, where I view that as not in the movie's intention of him swallowing. It's just he did a bad job playing dead, the actor.
Okay, you see the same in this one as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because I went back and looked at the one you said in Murder by Death, and the breathing is not nearly as apparent as you were claiming it to be. With the focus shot of him sitting in the chair.
I just saw his, I guess the back of his shoulder like raise up for intake.
I think the one thing that helps, I guess, well, one thing that helps a little bit more with this one is that we don't see him alive again.
That's true. They could have moved a dead body.
I mean, he tries to leave and gets attacked later on because he gets bludgeoned to death, right?
Yes.
So
Put in the bathroom.
Yeah, the workarounds for this were like, poison that takes away your heart rate for like a couple of minutes or something to that effect. That's just me coming up with something off the spot. But like
the illusionist method.
Yeah, there's I think some excuses they could make for him faking his death here that would have been stronger and would have fooled like that could have been thrown into Wadsworth's very, very long explanation. And the other thing that bugged me here is the bullet grazed him, and nobody noticed that apparently until it's a big reveal in the Wadsworth's like explanation.
I don't know how it grazed him, because Plum was in the middle of the room on the couch, and Body was in the corner of the room, and then the bullet was on the opposite side of the room on the wall.
I have no clue either.
I did a little doodle, which I'm sure can go on the socials, of how
was it explained who tried to get the gun from Plum? Or Plum just said someone, but it never answered who that one is.
It's presumably whoever had the gun at the ending. So, like, if it was Scarlet, or if it was Wadsworth, or if it was Peacock, I think all three of them would have been the prime suspect for that.
They'd have to wrap around Body to get the angle to get the bullet into the wall.
Crimson, that is some doodle you have just shared.
Yeah.
Then this is
the magic curving bullet.
This is JFK level stuff right here, everybody.
Yeah. So it's this. It doesn't make any sense. Even if someone else took the gun, they'd have to wrap around Mr. Body to get the angle, which is just an unnecessary step.
I was trying to think if Mr. Body was the one trying to get the gun. So then, like, Plum and Body were hustling, which is spinning them.
They're in the dark. There's no reason to do that, and he's the one that gave him the gun. So why fight the guy you gave the gun to unprompted? Doesn't make any sense.
You're right. That doesn't make he is the one who turned off the lights. So
he turned off lights. He gave him the gun. Why would he just fight for the gun now? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wish they didn't have the whole grazing thing, because that made a mistake. Because up to this point,
there you go, audience. You can see it.
Pretty,
if you're on the visual side of things.
Oh, you put it in for the visual side.
I did.
Nice.
It'll go to the socials.
Yeah,
but
it'll go to the socials still, but it is there in the visual side now if you want to look at it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece of art.
Well, truly
immaculate. Crimson, could you please explain what we're looking
at? We have a purple outline of a person on the couch, pointing a gun at a yellow guy where Mr. Body would have stood. And then on the opposite side where the wall got shot, I have a red barrier with a hole in it. And then I drew a line of where the bullet would have to go to graze him and hit the wall.
Yeah.
See, very convincing.
It is actually a very magical bullet. Like Magneto was trying. That's a reference.
Could it be when the lights went out, Plum moved?
And like I said, you have to walk around Mr. Body to get the angle.
And
That's what I'm thinking. Rather than someone coming to Plum to take the gun, Plum moved and got into someone who then tried to take it.
yeah, the
The only thing that kind of helps, I guess, is that this study, the camera is always kind of in the center of the room and looks around. So when the muzzle flash of the gun goes off, it is facing left and not right. Or if it was facing right, it would be then indicated that it's a shot from the doorway of the study, which doesn't ever really get played with. So it does kind of go to facing left, which would have been the wall, which I guess is kind of the direction where the gun was fired.
Yeah, the problem with that, I tend to think, because we see Mr. Plum not in a position to graze him when we cut back from when the lights turn back on. Like, he would not have been in a position to graze him. The only person who could have grazed him would have been Peacock, because she would have stolen the gun. Because she's the one that flipped the lights back on.
I'd like to point out the sound issue too.
Yeah.
You'd be able to hear the person next to you standing up and running, because it's not that long of time.
Yeah, there would be
darting
no way to hide that you're
There's no tiptoeing.
Yeah.
No. And everyone's pretty much in their spot when the lights turn back on.
So the movie exempt any sounds because the sound would give away who moved.
Yes, and that is one of my nitpicks actually for this film, is it's not clear at spots, and it works, I think, kind of goes into every ending usage, like overall the movie of what it's set on, but there is spaces where there would be a time jump of a cut for something to play out that's explained. Like for ending B, for example, Peacock from going from the basement cellar up to get Yvette to then go down, where the cut goes back down of Plum on the stairs and Peacock down there, would indicate that in that cut, Peacock went past Plum, did all that, come back down without him noticing. And the instant cut shows that it's not there, especially if there's no secret passage down in the cellar to get up that Plum can't see. And there's just like instances like that where there's jumps of a shot to a next scene of a character that is explained not to be in that next shot area for that instance of the ending that they're going with. So it just doesn't, with the understanding of explanation of who gets killed how with each ending, it breaks into the pacing and the smoothness of the mystery that someone, to play off to an audience, someone couldn't be the one who just did that scene as we just saw them here or there, and it breaks that in all forms. So even with this room shot that's being explained of the scuffling and the gun going off and whatnot, even though it's like 2 seconds of real time shown, it could be spaced, and like each noise indication is longer time, and it's kind of just quickened because it's dark. And that's definitely playing more into it and reading into it, but it's not a one instance situation where it's occurred.
Yeah.
Is what I'm getting at.
And unfortunately, like, that starts to get into Rian Johnson levels of lying to your audience with showing characters in explicit places, and then they're revealed to have been elsewhere during that whole sequence, or something to that effect, without getting too much into what I'm referencing.
Yeah, because another example rather than the Peacock for B, but in ending C, explaining that Mrs. White, when he killed Yvette, she was up in the room next to Wadsworth, so then she would have gone down down the stairs into the billiard room, killed, and then gone back up, because the next shot is her screaming in that room.
Yeah, there's a lot of that, and then there's obviously the close up on if Scarlett was the killer, like in ending A. There's a close up on her face in the dark without her not being anywhere near the front door when the gunshot goes off to kill the dancer.
True.
So there's a lot of
that shadow shot. They really try to mask the background of the characters.
They do. Obviously, I don't think they fully succeed. I understand the intent, but there's a lot of like you're not there's a point where I think you're there's lying to your audience and there's withholding information, and I do think this movie does a fair bit more of just withholding information. But when it does stuff like that, that's more directly lying to your audience because that's also on the visual side of things. Like the audience saw the shot beforehand, so they know that they're not there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because
But
I
up
mean,
to
this
a
is a
point-
mystery movie. You're trying to solve it, and if they show you something that cancels out a suspect, like White not being able to turn off the lights because she's upstairs in the room, then the audience is like, "All right, it's not White." And then at the end, she's like, "No, she did do it," and you're like, "Well, you just lied to me and made me cross it off of nonsense. Yeah, that was not a misdirect.
Yeah.
That was just a lie."
That'd be like an example in Murder by Death of cutting to the house, like seeing someone driving their car, going to the manor, cutting to the house of someone in, which I brought up of like someone in the house fiddling with stuff. And I went, okay, it can't be any people on arrival because they're not there yet. But if it's to explain that they drove there, did that, and then it's cutting back to them arriving, so it's like out of sequence just for them on arriving kind of thing.
Kinda, yeah. That's what that situation would be like. But man, didn't it subvert your expectations, Crimson?
The
No,
ending?
no, it's a joke.
Oh,
Like
the
because you
Got it.
because you crossed off something on your list, therefore you weren't expecting it to be something because
because they told you it was meant.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yes. Okay. I think that all started with Ryder bringing up that Plum's not a good doctor.
Yeah.
So let's go to Crimson.
Okay. So I had a question here which does get answered, but brings up a different question. Initially, I wrote, how did he get the information on him? Obviously, he's got the informants. But now the question is, how did he know to search out the informants? Because the informants were people that were already part of their lives, right? The telegram lady was already involved with Plum cheating, so then Body had to seek out her. The driver for Mustard had to have been seeked out. So I need to know, why did Body seek out these people in particular? Because it's not like he planted those people. He didn't plant the motorist as Mustard's driver. He didn't plant the telegram lady to sleep
Be the
with
patient
Plum.
with Plum. Yeah.
So they had to seek out these people. They didn't set up these people. And that's something that they'd never give an answer to.
Didn't set them up prior, but after the events of connection, like the motorist being the driver in the war for Mustard, or the telegram, or the telegram for Plum being the patient, or the cop working for Scarlet. It was then after those events that it is used as such for blackmail, probably of more leverage onto the person, of knowing their connections of what's going on, and got those people invited in some manner. Now, it's interesting how they play off that, though. That, I mean, the telegram's so fast and short that I think that's completely passable and fine. The motorist, though, comes and asks for a phone and knows, or like recognizes Mustard, but doesn't say much onto it until the phone call. But then Body, I guess Wadsworth explains later that using those people, they were staged to do that. So I just feel that feels weird a little. I guess like the officer going around like asking, why can't I go in that room? But maybe he doesn't know what Scarlet looks like, because it doesn't seem like he does at all.
He's confused.
But
He goes, "Do I know you?" And that's pretty much the end of that.
Yeah. Which I guess plays more into not knowing. The motorist did recognize Mustard. So he's the weirdest one, I think, for me, to playing along with something being locked in a room, and he's not, like, his reasoning to be there is false, for the one he gives them. But the cop seems more believable because he actually doesn't play Scarlet and is being believable in the scene, but he is also called there to investigate. And that, Wadsworth, either as Body, or I think also in ending B, just saying like, why would the police arrive? No one called. Could play into he called at a point.
Okay. But that still doesn't really answer my underlying question
No, I
of
think it's
how
just.
Body came across these people to use them.
I think it's just that's his information. That's kind of his job, to blackmail. He finds reasons to blackmail. That goes with all the evidence he has on them. Like, how do you get all this evidence? Like the photos, I guess, of Plum and the patient, or how he found out about that. He would see who she is and just track her down and find her, or what Scarlett does and how that's connected to Mustard and the thing he did, or the affair that Mr. White had against Mrs. White and how that's connected. Like, I just feel like that's kind of Body's thing of blackmail, of getting this information. So he would know of all these connections or look more into these connections.
That's inferring off of no evidence, though. I mean, when they explain informants, but they don't explain how he gets the informants. So it's kind of a weird thing to leave out.
Yes, I do agree that it's not shown their letters or like their actual reasonings onto coming, like what they're playing off of.
Well, that's not really the angle I'm going with it. I'm not questioning why the informants show up. It's how he even gets them as informants in the first place.
Oh, okay. To me, that's just easy blackmail. It's not explained what the blackmail is per se, but upon their, I guess, acting the way they do, except the telegram, because she could just be a telegram now, and that's what she did. But how the motorist and the cop are in this situation could just be how. I'm really focused on the motorist because I still think the cop could be like called in to investigate a disturbance somehow and is like checking things out and needs to make a phone call. But the motorist acting the way he does to get help because he broke down in the rain and needs to make a phone call is all an act, could be played into Mr. Body getting to him to blackmail him and says, arrive here, do this at this time, like this way, otherwise so and so will happen to you, which seems to fit in Mr. Body, whether the Wadsworth version or the other version. But the information of what that blackmail isn't revealed, and that's where I lean, I guess, with what you're saying, Crimson, of like, what is that information to get these people to do these acts?
All right. Hopefully, the last time I need to rephrase it. That isn't my problem.
Oh.
It's how he found these people. Obviously, Body, his connection to all these people is he's blackmailing them. My question is, how does he know them to blackmail them? You're not a blackmailer and boom, oh, cool, this Colonel Mustard guy, that's cool. I wonder if he has anything. And then that happens. We don't get an explanation of how he's connected to any of these people to find out their secrets through informants. He just has informants.
The only loose one that I understood was that like the cook was working for him. So like that's how he was able to figure out like Peacock's story is from the cook who informed on her. I don't know, but again, I don't know if that's a satisfactory answer to your question.
That is a loose go with writer, because Peacock was one saying her attire of how she dresses is she's common to hosting events, and more so for her husband who works in the government and not her. But at those events, a lot of people would be there, and so if the cook attends and cooks and prepares for parties that Peacock does,
Yeah.
that's a lot of people present that are connected to the government, which could spread and gather information amongst why all these government connected people are present to be blackmailed.
That like I said, that's pretty much loosely all I've got in terms of what the film directly gave me as an answer to your question, Crimson, was that the cook was attending parties for these people and catered for them. She catered to the powerful, and she hears gossip, and I can infer like that as being the line, I guess, as to what connects the dots between Mr. Body and these people. That being said, it's not a strong line. I don't know if that's a satisfactory answer to your question. That's just based on the only evidence I've got based on what the film gave me.
I mean, yeah, it's an inference. My issue is just that they don't make anything.
They don't expand
Not
upon
even
the
like
inference.
definitive, but they don't even hint at much of anything. That's my, I guess, long-winded point.
Okay. I'll go to one. Let's see. What's a fresh talking point to go with that we haven't already discussed? Interesting enough, we have discussed.
I got a funny meme one.
Oh, man. People love those. Go ahead.
Mr. Green's face when the cook falls into his arms dead.
Oh, the help me. Someone help. No one helps.
Yeah.
Even Scarlett comes over but doesn't do anything.
Yeah, that's my point. It's just a little funny.
Yes. Mr. Green. Okay, so Mr. Green states, I believe, that the police are to arrive in 34 minutes. And gives the timing of the cops, whether or not they have been called or haven't been called, but to set that the idea of police are to arrive in that set amount of time. I don't know how much time has passed since the dinner at 7:30 to now. And I don't know stating this what time it is. But all the events, I guess, because to go with actually every ending has the police. So being that those police, even though Wadsworth in C and B say, oh, maybe they weren't called when they are to subvert expectation or lower the defense or something of the killer. But that means the events of everything after that point of saying that are within that 34 minutes of time.
Theoretically. And it's kind of hard to pin down the exact minute the cops will arrive. But
And
true.
you also have
Give
to
or take
remember
a
that
little.
most of the time they're also setting up to do things. Like they're waiting for their agent on the inside, like in case of Mr. Wadsworth giving the signal or Peacock being lured outside the house by herself to get swarmed all at once. So they could have arrived earlier and they were just waiting on the word of their man on the inside.
Yeah.
So it's not...
I don't know. I'm not going to say the
difficult,
34-minute mark is exactly when the chief knocks on the door, because that's before any of the endings. I found out that when Wadsworth pulls at like the hour and 19-minute mark, when he pulls the second power outage, I guess, in the house, that starts the first ending. And the chief is arriving that where Peacock closes the door on him prior to that. But I would not set in stone that is the exact like 34-minute mark of time pass.
It's impossible to tell because, like we said, we didn't really see any clocks to give a definitive answer, and the one clock is hard to tell.
Yeah, if we want Crimson, we can just go to that grandfather clock, which is at 48:35 timestamp of the movie. It's weird because the lawn hand goes not only on one like man, I gotta do my algebra now. Or is it geometry? Whatever. The radius of a circle has the diameter.
The radius is half the diameter of a circle.
Okay, what's the line from the inner point of a circle to the wall, the outer wall?
Radius.
That is the radius.
That is the radius. Yeah.
Okay,
Diameter
so radius.
is
Okay, the radius is the hands on a clock, and I took in that the minute hand, being bigger than the hour hand in pretty much every occasion, goes from both sides of the grandfather clock's face of like a full arrow. So I took that as the minute hand because the hour hand was only the radius. Does that make sense?
There's 3 hands on the clock, which is why I was having trouble reading it, because there's a second hand, which but I couldn't discern the difference between the second hand and the minute hand because they're both long hands, and the image wasn't crisp enough to tell the actual time on it.
So Crimson, to me, I thought the clock read 12:05.
That is one way of reading it. Yeah. I had that written down as a potential. Another one was 7:05, which wouldn't make any sense with the time we have. Another one is
so the
1 o'clock, which wouldn't have
the
time.
7. The other hand you're talking about from the 1 to the 7.
I saw the 3 hands, one pointing at 1, one pointing at 7, one pointing at 12.
Okay. The hand you're saying is pointing at 7. I did not see as a second hand. I thought that was one straight arrow.
I mean, you wouldn't have that in a clock, so it has to be the second hand somewhere.
Okay. Then it also would not make sense if it's 7:05 if dinner was at 7:30.
Yeah. So it's a weird clock, mostly because it's not crisp. If the movie was made today, we could probably tell the exact time.
That's true. It's
Not a clean image.
Old film, good 480p look.
Yeah.
So yeah, but it really also plays into dinner at 7:30. Did like what 4 hours pass since then? That's seems a bit wild.
None of the times on the clock really make sense.
No, unless the clock's just dead.
Could be. They do that. They need to be wound up.
Yeah, I could just hear someone typing, being like, "The clock could be dead," and I'm like, "Well, it could. Yeah, it is a murder movie. Could be dead clock. You know, it's kind of funny."
I mean, it probably is, because if it does have a second hand, which I'm leaning it doesn't move. So
That is true.
second
That'd
hand
be
would
the
always
most
be moving.
prominent to move. Yeah.
So it probably was a dead clock.
Okay, let's go to well, unless Ryder, you have a point on the time.
I don't.
Okay.
I didn't even see the clock, so I just shrugged.
Cool. Do you have a point of something else to go?
Yeah, sure. I'll jump to when the motorist is the first of the guests to arrive, right?
Of the
Secondary
guest, yeah.
The secondary guests, yeah. The entire crowd reaction of them all huddling up to decide what they're gonna do, then look back over their shoulder, huddle up again, and then tell them that, yeah, of course you can come inside. I mean, you can use the phone in, this place. I very much enjoyed that whole interaction.
Yes.
Very comedic, very funny.
I love how Wadsworth plays into it.
Yep.
Like, even for ending C, it just shows just like how he reacts with the group. I think is good.
Yeah. For ending C, this is very, very, very good job for the villain to be acting up like this. For ending A and ending B, where Wadsworth is a little in over his head, I think it also works.
We're all in agreement. I'm gonna just assume, but please correct me if I'm wrong. We're all in agreement that Wadsworth threw the lounge key outside.
He threw a key. I can't say which key.
Yeah, it's hard to say which key. I would assume it's the lounge key because it's the only one that makes sense. And the issue with that is that I wish we had a closer look at the two keys distinctly.
Well, 3 keys.
Right, 3 keys distinctly. But yes, it feels like he threw the lounge one outside, just by virtue of what has to happen in the story.
Yes, because cabinet still gets unlocked, but it's never stated if there's a second key. Actually, it doesn't explain if there's a second key for any of the other things. It wouldn't make sense if there's a second key for the front door, because everyone wants to get out and Wadsworth's the only one with the key. But the door does get unlocked later. Or actually, I have it somewhere in my notes, but there's a point where the front door is unlocked and doesn't get relocked.
Oh yeah, they're inconsistent with it. When they run to the door for the motorist, there is no time to unlock the door. He just opens the door, which was something I had written down. They're all running at the door, and then he opens it, and you can still see the people like stopping and like the momentum of running. So it's not like there was a pause to unlock the door to open it. He just opens it, which it should have been locked at that time.
Oh, continuity error. Nice.
And it's not the only door that is unlocked when it should be locked.
Oh, I'm sure we'll get to more.
Yes.
But I still go with that. The lounge key was the one that was thrown out, which then goes into Yvette shooting the door open. It was locked the whole time, so that stays unlocked. And then the cabinet key being explained later that it could have been taken out of Wadsworth's pocket when the motor scene was there and they were all together.
Yeah,
Could be. I just know it's a key.
Yeah.
That's all I'll go with.
Yeah, the worst. Yeah, yeah, I agree. It's probably the lounge key, and all I know is it's not the murder weapon key. That's pretty much all the only definitive information I have for that.
Okay. Is it? It doesn't. It's not in Scarlett's possession at all times. She's not holding onto the candlestick at all times. So, is it interesting that it's above the bathroom door?
They don't really explain why it's up there, do they?
The
No.
best faith assumption is that whoever bludgeoned
That was the quickest way to hide it.
yeah, exactly. It was whoever bludgeoned Mr. Body while he was on the floor dead. They just put it there out of the way really quickly, not to think about it.
I feel like it's easier to throw it in the bathroom garbage or the toilet and close the
Yeah.
lid
I mean,
than
the only
presenting it on top of a door.
yeah, because the presenting on top of the door, we get the comedic bit of it falling on Mr. Green. The only thing that changes is Mr. Green goes to wash his. Oh yeah, it falls on Wadsworth. The only thing that changes is that Mr. Green goes into the restroom and washes his hands and sees it, and then the rest of the story would play. Well, he went in there to wash his hand. Yeah, so he would see it in the trash, or he would see it in the toilet.
And
so,
in the hypothetical, if they hit it there, it would still be found.
Yeah. So the rest of the story would play out as normal. So honestly, it's just there for the comedic bits, for it to hit Wadsworth. That's why I think it's up there.
Okay. I think it's also for a slight, or to play to the audience, slight connection to Scarlett, being that was the one given to her. But it's still clearly shown that she doesn't have possession of it. She kind of left it in the study. So anyone could have used it, but just to do a slight frame, I guess, onto her.
Yeah.
Which does go with ending A bit more.
Yes. It would track with ending A little bit more.
Okay. Crimson.
Okay. Let's see where I want to go. Let's go with Plum trying to show the position to White that was shown on the evidence.
Man, he's such a perv.
Dude, that was wild. I don't even know what to take from that scene. Actually, I don't know if that's out of character, in character. It's so extra. But it is the 50s.
It's in the 50s. I think it fits him because he's a bit pervy.
He turned it up a scotch, but he didn't cross the line, I think.
Yeah. I think Miss White firmly tells him, "No, you can stop. Get off me."
Get off me.
Also shows that Plum isn't fixated to one person. He's fine getting handsy with kind of any of the women. And we see that with the, not necessarily handsy, but you can catch details of him staring at Yvette when she's serving them dinner.
Oh, yeah. I saw that as well.
Yeah, everyone except Peacock, he wasn't too happy to be paired with her.
No, which I think is also just really funny of who got paired with who later.
Oh yeah,
with like the one person they don't
want to be with you, with Miss White, and then they get paired together. So. I guess one quick little joke I liked was the wee wee madame. Do you have a restroom? Wee wee madame. No, I just
want to powder my nose.
Flush or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Yvette's scream that pulls everyone out of the room for the first time outside of the murderer's room.
Yes. Yeah, just because she was frightened.
Yeah. I did write down a mistake that Peacock wasn't in the shots, or I put her as a suspect. Because there was a few shots in the room where they're talking to Yvette and Peacock isn't there. Which
done, writer.
Yeah, which I do like as which leads into ending B. Otherwise, it's a tiny bit of a problem for the other two endings.
That's true. It's not explained why she's not in there.
Yeah,
other than on the couch thinking she's going to be poisoned.
Yeah, But you do see her run out behind the group. So like she's the last one out of the room to go see where the screaming came from. So we do see her go with the group. She's just the last one out of the room. But when the group's all like coming through the door, she isn't there at first, I think.
Okay. That's just a good little cut scene then, that it's not her, but she's still around.
Yeah. Good scene. I thought Yvette was overacting a little bit. I'm like, I don't know why she screamed other than just to move the plot along. But I guess, that it comes back around later on.
She thought she drank the poison Chardonnay.
Yeah. And she's scared. I can buy that a little bit as an excuse to why she would scream. And then we also get Wadsworth saving the audio recordings.
Well, attempting to.
Attempting to, yeah.
Worst way ever.
Yeah. He's secured them.
Table.
Yeah.
Should have put them in the cabinet.
Yeah, should have. Well, not that would have prevented them from murder from getting them anyway. But I do like. It's a nice touch that Wadsworth is trying to preserve it, especially if it's ending A or B.
Yes.
Ending C, I've got no idea why he's holding on to it.
Yeah.
Well, just to collect it with the other evidence to burn, and it's just because Yvette's still playing into not knowing him either. Because ending C doesn't really make it seem like Yvette knows who he is.
Well, I mean,
he wouldn't need to record it in the first place.
Yeah, he wouldn't need to record it in the first place. That's if it's ending C. That's kind of my issue. But again, I guess we could tackle that a bit more when we get there.
Yeah, it could go into maybe something would have spilled that he didn't know about, but if nothing was helpful or different. But okay, let's go to writer.
That was mine, but I'll go again. I really love the shot of everybody in the kitchen just waiting tensely as Wadsworth is cutting up like the short straws we're going to do to pair everybody off. It's kind of the leans more into the subtlety, I guess. It leans more into the humor of the film that I quite enjoyed. So
I liked Mustard's plan. We've made fun of him not being the brightest, but it's not a horrible plan. Pairing up everyone.
It's a military plan.
And then if one dies, then we have an answer type deal. Yeah. I liked it. It's a good excuse to split them up because that's a cliche and not necessarily murder mysteries, but like horror movies.
Not everyone works very hard to split their gang up, as it were. So
yeah. And I'm glad he was also not cowardice. He was for the potential of a sacrifice.
Yeah. What bothered me a little bit more about that is why nobody pushed back. They all just kind of accepted it. Because if pairs of 2 are a thing, why not do pairs of 3 instead, or groups of 3 instead? That would be technically safer, right? You're less likely to die.
Search the house.
Yeah, there's 4 layers of the house.
Right, but you can still
split up evenly, but
yeah, but then you could just take a longer time to search theoretically. But like I said, then he could shoot that down. Exactly. Then he could shoot that down to back up his plan more. My issue is that there was just no pushback, because there would be pushback because people are essentially willing to be a sacrifice according to his plan, and that's fine. But I think they should have made that feel like a last resort. Like so. There's no pushback.
There should have been more pushback. Yeah. But it does aid that like Mustard said enough information about the plan that it does make like really reasonable sense to do such a thing.
Exactly.
Because then you immediately get your answer. Because if it is paired with more than just one person, then each other person still alive, if one's murder, is going to just point fingers at one another.
Yeah, and then someone should. I feel like the easiest one response is, why not do groups of 3? It's like, we don't have the time for that. That's an easy thing to shoot down, and it would support the plan and make it feel more rigid, as it were. Because I feel like the people in this room would push back on that.
This is war, Peacock.
True.
I don't know why. I like the delivery of that line. It was funny. Because
was
yeah,
pretty funny.
Peacock kind of bounced off of it in a negative light, but I agree. Someone saying 3 and then him shooting it down, saying not having time is a quick thing to just strengthen it.
Yeah,
Or if they wanted to play a little more into it of like 3, and then Walter was like, we'd point fingers at each other. Who'd say the other one didn't do it? And he like points to Mr. Green, and Mr. Green with his catchphrase, "I didn't do it."
Yeah, something.
Could go into that.
yeah, there you go, something.
So I think it's fine the way it is, but it could be strengthened.
Yeah,
with that.
I that's pretty much what I'm saying. It's not terrible. It works. I think it's fine. I think it could be tightened up a little bit. I will say the same. I think the only other one that I had a similar feeling with, which I'm a little less keen on, is Wadsworth pushing back on like why they want him to get rid of the keys. Like, well, then all of you can just keep an eye on me. That's all you have to do for me not to be the murderer. Like, because he's the only one with the key to access to murder weapons and stuff like that. That's why they convinced him to throw it out. I feel like the easy one is just like, you can just keep an eye on me then, like all of you collectively, and then you'll know I'm not the murderer. And then eventually they could push him and he'll eventually throw it out. I think that's another one where they could have tightened it up a little bit. I'm not as keen on this one though, because I feel like if Wadsworth is A, B, or C, if he's trying to keep their trust, I think he ultimately would still make the decision to go throw out the key.
Yeah, and we have no proof of another key, but there's potential.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's potential. At 48:48 in timestamp, I was a little confused on the decision to do it. I think it was possibly just safety, but it's Scarlet and Mustard searching kind of the bar area, and Mustard says, you can go first. And she said, no thanks. And then they both go at the same time and get stuck.
Oh, I took it as Mustard going because he's like, all right, I'll go first then because he doesn't care. And then she like steps after him, not wanting to. I don't know. It was
I just found it weird because
weird.
she said no.
Yeah, it was very weird. I
Like,
get the point of it though.
The physical joke.
Yeah.
But it just didn't match up to the line. That's why I think the only safety is like not to have Mustard behind her, kind of thing, which goes into explanation of Ed and Green not wanting to be one in front of another, and they go up together. But
yeah, when they first invite the motorist in, I think I was a little annoyed that the fact they were all yelling about the bodies and yelling about the murder weapons, but they don't try to shush anybody until Peacock yells about it, when they were all talking really, really loudly about it outside the door.
Yeah, difference being she was screaming it, they were just saying it loudly. But I agree, they would have probably been more careful.
Yeah, because they just have the door preventing the motorist from listening on their conversation. That's not exactly helpful.
Yeah, and that guy's on the phone for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he had to be transferred.
Maybe, yeah.
Yes.
Is everything all right? Yep, 2 corpses. Everything's fine.
Yeah, I had that one written down.
I saw it as a good indicator of Mustard being a suspect, or like pretty high, when he's in the ballroom with Scarlet and purposely leaves her, for him being the one to come with a plan to go stick in groups.
Yeah.
Also,
again,
I think
red
the
herring
ballroom scene is really not needed for ending A.
Oh yeah.
I was just gonna say that as a point. Yeah.
Yeah. For ending A, this scene needed to be cut. Like I said, there's gonna be. I think there's flaws for every ending, and like stuff you need to move out to tighten up each ending. And this is one of those things.
But
I don't know why this is here for ending A.
It's a whole scene.
Yeah, because it's during the search sequence that the motorist is murdered, right?
When they split up, he ends up dying because that's Scarlet's opportunity to kill him.
Scarlet's or anybody else's, yeah.
And going with A,
yeah.
It's also going through the fireplace. So that's from the atrium.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with the ballroom scene. What I'm not fine with is just Scarlett's reaction to the window, because in A she wouldn't be afraid of someone behind the curtain because she's the one, or Yvette. Um, but you would be able to see Yvette on the the curtain.
Yeah.
I agree.
I like in the searching. I like White, Mrs. White and Wadsworth, like kind of sneaking into the room, then peeking back out and sneaking back into the room. It's quite funny.
It's the distrust.
The distrust. There's another grandfather
I also
clock.
like
Is that the
the,
one you guys were looking at?
That is the one.
Okay.
I forget the exact line, but Mustard and Peacock searching the closet by the front door. Peacock says a line that like Mustard takes as like, all right, let me just put my hands all over you.
Oh, it's like search me or something like that.
Oh,
No,
that's it. Just
it's a weird line actually.
yeah.
'Cause there's not really
what
another way
room is
to
this?
interpret it.
Search me,
Yeah,
as in like beats me. I
Yeah.
guess
Yeah.
maybe that was something in the 50s. Just
And then he just immediately starts searching her.
Yeah.
Kind of actually going back to I just found another one of my points. Obviously this is for a bit of comedy, but why are Miss White and Wadsworth like searching together?
fine. Faster.
good point. It is faster, and I guess the line really kind of helps earlier of like Wadsworth being like, I don't want to search with you, or like who would search for you.
Yeah, I mean, which is weird, right? I mean, like Mrs. White comforts Wadsworth when he's talking about his wife being blackmailed, and then they kind of, they go against what I guess they might have been insinuating was like built for these two characters to not necessarily bond, but have a common ground. And then with him delivering the line like, "Who would want to search with you and be alone with you?" So it works in a way, and then another way it doesn't necessarily work. So I guess I'm curious as to how you guys see this particular scene. It's like why they, outside of the speed thing, that would be why they split up, but they still want to keep an eye on each other, I guess.
I go with no one trusts anyone. That's why everyone's so, shaky, and the split room helps like fasten the search, but also with Wadsworth saying taking the comfort, but if it's not ending C, going with there is rumor and word that she killed her husband on his mind, or like anyone's mind about that. So being in a room with her to just be killed is probably a fear in Wadsworth.
Wouldn't you want to keep an eye on her then? Because getting her out of your sight is more risky.
True, but every other person in pairs doesn't stay. Mr. Green and Yvette are the only two I think who stayed together their whole time of search.
Yes, as far as I'm aware.
Ending A would, I think, also lean into that Plum and Peacock were together the whole search.
I mean, yeah, we don't get much of them down there.
No, but B and C endings explain Peacock moved.
Even though,
Yeah, but then you brought up he was in the stairs and she'd have to pass him and all that stuff, right?
Well, what makes it worse is that we see her like hit the vent or whatever, the pipe, and then we cut to a murder. So it's very hard, even in ending B, to buy that she.
Yeah,
was,
that's why I said the time jump.
Yeah.
But yeah, so everyone just even in pairs breaks up, which also with what you said, Ryder, does really play into the characters of like Mustard leaving Scarlet being kind of taking charge, kind of that, search, like I guess kind of confidence build in him of like, I'll do this, you stay, you check out here kind of thing. And then Wadsworth thinking there's a murder anywhere of his past employer is dead, so he is bit jumpy. He's very witty, but I think he's also quick-minded, and he's just kind of scared of White, and White is just stoic pretty much the whole time, which I think is just a full-on masking of fear in parts, and just like every one of what we've seen introduced of these characters in this split-up scene plays into that, I think, very well. I mean, like Plum just slipping on the stairs a little, and Peacock like jumps 3 feet up.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I don't think anyone actually breaks that in what's portrayed. I was gonna say Green, but Green's putting on a roll. Even if this is ending C version Green with a vet, he wouldn't necessarily take charge.
Yeah,
and it does play into the humor. I do like the use of a long take and not a cut. Like it could have been cut shorter, but just that you go up first. No, you like ladies first.
They try to go up together.
Well, before that, you have like a good 4 seconds after they said their lines of just pause.
Oh, standing
before
and
cutting
staring
the
at
next
the
scene.
stage.
Yeah, that could have been cut shorter, but that pause adds humor to it. So good decision on the editing there.
Actually, comedic bit I skipped over was where Yvette was asking somebody to go with her, and the Green was like, "Nah," and everyone else was like, and everyone else was volunteering. It's a little bit funny.
Yeah, Mustard and Plum were like, "I'll do it."
Yeah, I'm curious how many takes it took, because I rewound it probably, I don't know, 15 times, just like trying to pinpoint every detail and pausing and playing and rewinding of the collision on the second or the first floor when they Green and Wadsworth whack into each other and then them all fall. I kept pausing to see if I could see a stunt person's face or if it was them, and it is so, I guess the quality also hides it, but it is so well done that the hair of the characters on Miss White does cover her face as she's falling from the angle, and I think it's really good. It's very passable. It could just be them, but I think they could. I don't know if that's. I don't know.
Okay, that answers the question I was going to ask.
I also don't. I don't think for how good it is at covering the face of Yvette and White with their hair and everything in the fall that it was a one take.
I'd have to see it again because I can see it happening. I don't know. Can't add much more to that one.
I just think that stunt work was very good. And goofy, just Green kicking his feet above his head, falling back, and very silly looking.
Yeah.
I quite enjoy Mustard volunteering to go first to search the secret passes that he and Scarlet discover. He does turn his back to a murderer in one of those endings, but it's also fitting for his character because he's like, "Oh hell, I had a good life."
You could do that with the ballroom too. Leaving her in the ballroom, he turned his back on her and walked away.
Yep.
So it fits with him, which is good. But yeah, Crimson, point from you.
All right. The pool balls in the billiard room on the table were accurate. I was watching them. They have 16.
Oh, you counted them all? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
16 balls. So none of them were sunk, but
8 solid, 8 black.
And then when Yvette was lying there dead, there was 13, but her body could have easily covered the others. So just something I was looking at for continuity. Yeah.
It's a small thing, but I do like the part where Colonel Mustard reaches and grabs the pool stick and Scarlet backs up thinking that,
it's a weapon.
Yeah. And then obviously they both just lean under the pool table together. It's nice. It's a comedic bit, but it's also a true bit because she's not sure what he's gonna do with it.
Yeah. Which goes into, I guess, her cover up, which, like we said with Wadsworth earlier at the door, if it's it's ending C kind of thing of like his group camaraderie. If this is ending A with Scarlet, of how she's reacting to this. Like, she doesn't see him take a weapon being like the ending A and being the killer of like, oh, okay, I got to take him out now kind of thing. She's still like, what are you going to do? And is defensive.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think it's passable because it's said, but it is a little weak of a vet running to the study to get the gun and the cabinet's open, really playing into that she knew it was open, but then she explains that, you know, she just went thinking
That she could break it open.
that's where it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weak. That's what I wrote in my notes as well.
It's weak. Also, the colonel supposedly got shot, and he's fine.
I got shot.
That's true.
Yeah.
Through the door. That was
not much
one.
more to say about it.
That was the bullet that was confused at the end, and I think Wadsworth did it on purpose. I think he's smart enough to try to confuse Scarlet about the bullet count. But 2 bullets went into the door, and only 1 for the chandelier. And Wadsworth flipped it for ending A. Because every time a bullet was fired, I did count how many were fired. So it does keep up that there is still 1 bullet left in the gun in ending A.
I would be
Or I guess
so
any of the
disappointed
endings.
with them if they miscounted after doing that whole back and forth dialogue. If they miscounted, that would be horrible.
Yeah.
That'd be a colossal failure.
But I guess in every ending with the gun, there is 1 bullet still. So.
Yeah. And the reason that Scarlet would buy what he's saying more is because he was actually out there to watch, in theory, everything that was happening.
Yes. Let's go with you, Ryder.
Sure. Kind of a bit on the funnier side. Colonel Mustard's yelling that he can't take any more scares, and the chandelier comes down. Well, almost comes down on him.
Yeah, he almost died. He almost had a heart attack.
Yeah. And then everyone...
Which aids into ending A?
Yeah.
It's kind of like a callback.
Ending of A. Where it freeze frames on him reacting to it falling again.
Yeah.
Which, we don't know. Could have killed him there with a heart attack.
Could have.
We also could have...
Why'd you throw the gun on the chandelier?
I have no clue. I don't know why no one else didn't just immediately pick it up and, like, hide it.
Especially Wadsworth, because we see that he notices it in
True.
both endings. Well, and I guess all 3 because he gets it on the 3rd one. So it's weird that he would just leave it there.
I don't think it was in his plan, either Wadsworth or Mr. Body of ending C, to leave the gun on the ground for his decision making at the end of like whoever has it is the killer. I don't think there's enough thought into the hasteness of trying to do everything to leave for his decision to leave the gun.
No,
for that reason.
Yeah, it's like clairvoyant level planning. You have to know what's going to happen for that to work.
Yeah. So when the cop arrives, Wadsworth, the cop wants to use the phone, and Wadsworth goes, "Oh, you can go in the study," and he goes, "No." Like in his head, Mr. Body's in there, and it's like, "Oh, you can go," and the cook for that matter, and he goes, "Oh, you can go, in the lab. Oh, motorist is in there. You can go. You know what? Why don't you wait in the library?" And he takes him to the library and locks him in. But then we know there's a phone in the library that Hoover calls. Why not just instruct him to use the phone there?
Yeah,
it really plays off like
my
Wadsworth
biggest
doesn't
thing.
know there's a phone in that room.
It's a weird bit of dialogue. It feels like at this point Wadsworth is a little in over his head. If it's A and B, his plan has gone to the shits because he has no idea what's going on anymore. He's not in control of the situation like he was. If it's C, man, he's risking a lot.
Just putting him in another room.
Yeah. What I do like about this though is Mr. Green is the one that goes to answer the door because he has nothing to do with anything, as he says, and then he just freezes up, sees the cop, and immediately closes the door. That was pretty funny.
Oh yeah. Everything okay here? No, 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 no. Yes.
Do you think Green would do that at this situation, at this moment?
I think someone of
Everyone
authority
already
to
said
prove his
no.
innocence, yes.
Yeah, I
Everyone
think
already said no, and then he said yes after. So it's not like
I
they
think
said
as
it
it,
at the same time or anything.
I think he's at the point that he just wants to prove his innocence, more so than protecting anyone else.
I think A and B Green would absolutely do this.
You don't think C
Not
Green would
see,
allow
not
the
enough
cop in?
evidence yet.
I C Green. I see an argument for C Green not wanting to because he'd still be in undercover. So I could see a route where C Green would not want to be the one doing this. But like I said, it's not that it makes it I guess out of possibility for C Green. It's just kind of 50-50.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, let's go to writer.
Sure. I again some comedic bits. Everyone quickly closing the doors to where all the bodies are. Scarlett just quickly closing the door to the study and, posing in front of it. Kind of funny. Wadsworth just walking very stiffly with the cop lit over his head.
Yeah, everyone trying to cover up.
Everyone's working together. I like it.
Teamwork makes the dream work. You can hide any murder that way, right?
Well, you say that. See, I like that they all work together to hide from things from the cop. But when the cop checks on the study and they're all being handsy, the cook, even though looks very silly, is passable, I guess, from that angle. Mrs. White with Mr. Body
And his bloody forehead.
he has blood on his forehead, and the cop is at an angle to clearly see that.
Yeah,
But then I like it does not cover up that then later with the motorist with the blood on his forehead they put a hat on him, which is good there to cover it up so he's, can't be seen, and they put a little alcohol on him so that's what you can smell off of him, and that's very clever and good for a quick cover up. Mr. Bodies is not.
Yeah, I do like the idea of Mr. White making out with him, just because I think that helps. Public displays of defection make people uncomfortable. But I still think,
Ooh.
yeah, I know reference. I do think that they could have tried a little bit harder with Mr. Body. Like either they could put a hat on him too, they could put a hood on him. There's a lot of stuff they could do.
She's gonna be combing her hands through his hair, covering up the blood stuff. But
Exactly.
the cop could also have bad vision, which is why he had to look at the motorist closer, so he couldn't really tell.
Shine his light into the car. Well, still shine his light into the car outside to check, but yeah, he does get.
It's not
real close to
impossible.
things.
It's not impossible that he didn't notice, but they could have done better. But then again, they also had the least amount of time to do it because motorists, they had more time. That was the second.
It would also go into a little of recognizing Scarlet, but not fully sure if it's for ending A if he has bad eyesight.
I suppose so. Because what's established is he's on her payroll, but not necessarily that he knows her, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even for him saying the line, "Don't I know you?" to her,
doesn't infer that, yeah.
It infers that he might be on her payroll, or he also might be just happens to work in Washington. So that's would be the affiliation.
Yeah. Sure. It's also go to something I think it's a funny line, and it's used for being a funny line and a little like tongue in cheek, but it doesn't feel too character of Plum making a joke of when the cop says about the motorist. It's like, oh, you'll take him home, and like, yeah, dead. He's drunk, dead drunk. We'll take him home in like a long black car for a hearse joke. which Scarlet has to cover up for him. I don't know if that's in Plum at the moment covering up all this next to the cop would say that.
I think with the tone of the movie, it fits, and he is a character that does make remarks. So I could see it as a possible. Whether it's smart to even drop hints about the person he's investigating being dead, not wise, but I do think it fits.
We're talking about Wadsworth remarks, right?
No.
No,
Plum.
when the cop is looking over the motorist, like dead in the chair with the bottle, and Scarlet and Plum are making out, and then he says, you guys will take him home. Plum sparks a hearse joke that Scarlet has to cover up with limousine.
Yes.
I just didn't know if that's in Plum to do, because it is for the tension cut of a joke.
Yeah, I think that's what he was trying to do. He was making a joke, but he just realized that he was implying a hearse afterwards, which is why Scarlet had to cover it up. So I think I'll say it's a nick against his character. It probably doesn't. I don't see it as a break though, because he does make remarks, as Crimson points out, but it's very, very convenient and dumb of him to imply the one thing he should not have implied or done.
Okay.
Something, because Scarlet, at least in the first ending, is implied to somewhat be intelligent. She orchestrated a lot of this. And I wasn't a fan of her saying Green give Cop the tour, because Green was the one lining up to, like, yes, he was here. He's like the first one to betray them at this point. I don't know why she would offer him as the tour guide to the cop.
Yeah.
Is it possible that he would take the most time in detail to delay?
No
yes,
reason
but
to why that would be her thought process.
yes, but right now she has no reason to believe that would be a do, because his goal was just to leave and like tell people. So right now, what everyone else's motives, or what everyone else's perception of his motives are, is not that.
Everyone's motives to hide the bodies from the cop. His was to leave and potentially show the cop the motorist, I guess, because he said that the motorist was here. So he was inviting an investigation. So it seems quite dumb of Scarlet to pick Green of all people. Wadsworth would be the best one, but I don't really remember where he is at the moment of the.
He went into the library for the phone.
Yeah, with the FBI phone call.
But yeah, I think pretty much anybody else. Well, maybe not Peacock, but I think White and Plum and Mustard would have been fine candidates to give him a tour.
Yeah, I mean, you can make Mr. Green make out with Mr. Body, since he's gay.
Well, then the cop would be like, "Hey, this is not kosher.
That's a secret."
Well, I mean, again,
secret for a reason.
Yeah. But he already gave it out to everyone there, so only the cop would know. But you never know. The cop seems at this point pretty chill, so there's stuff they could have done.
Could it also? I mean, after the event of the door, to let the cop in, and it's kind of in this situation where it's like, well, he's here now. Would it also imply Scarlet not wanting to be stuck with Green in any capacity? Because when she and Plum go to the lounge to kind of cover up the motorist, she's the one pulling Plum. It's not like a side by side or Plum taking her. Seems very leading by her.
Well, wasn't he the closest to her? I don't know. I think it's just.
I
not
don't
as
think
fun.
it's really shown, but okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I'm kind of in the middle of it, because I see the reason of why why you're saying Scarlet would pick Green, and that doesn't make sense with the events of what just happened, but also that he'd probably be the most blabbermouth to delay. But okay. There's also I believe Green says it again. Someone brings up that now there's 15 minutes to the police arrival.
What's there? I didn't write that one down.
Yes. I'll try to find it. Or a timestamp
I
for
just
it.
remember the initial 45, then Mustard saying 35. But I don't remember any other indicators after that.
It's when they take the cop, where Wadsworth leads the cop, to a room and closes the door. I believe it's the library. And then they all, after Wadsworth locks them in again, and then they all kind of come out of their rooms into the main hall. And I believe Professor Plum says that they're running out of time, only have 15 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, actually, that does ring a bell.
And they haven't searched the house yet.
Right.
Finished searching the house yet.
Yes, finished searching the house yet.
Um,
I do like that finishing searching the house. They do pair back up to their pairs. They don't fight trying to find someone else.
too much going on.
Yeah, that saves time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the things I don't know. It kind of messes with ending C for me a bit as to why Mr. Wadsworth would take the phone call from the FBI, because they specifically asked for him, right?
Hoover. Well, you
Hoover
said
just
that Hoover
calls.
was on the phone.
Yeah.
And then Wadsworth took the call.
Okay, so it wasn't specifically for him.
Not
in this.
Not stated prior to an ending.
Yeah, not stated prior to an ending. Okay, because I know an ending B is like, yeah, the phone call was for me.
Yeah, B was for Wadsworth. C was for Green. Can't remember if it was brought up.
If it's for Green, I have a problem with that too. It's like, why are you giving away his cover? Or risking giving away his cover?
Yeah. That's true.
The searching of the kitchen with the second search or whatever with Mustard and Scarlet, the ironing board falling on Mustard's head. I do like that the door is open just ajar to play into like a clue is being found in this room.
Yeah.
And leads into the tents until like a Tom and Jerry stunt hits him.
Yeah, it's definitely played for comedic reasons.
I think this movie's very good at that, of building small suspense towards something that is either, I think, a good balance either of actually being a hint or a clue towards something, and then also being a joke or gag.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not always leading up to a gag where then it just gets predictable.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the humor in this is predictable. I think it's got a good flow to it.
You were going to say something, Kristen?
Yeah, I guess finding of the secret doors, you have Mustard leaning on a wall, falling through, found a door, and then you got White just tinkering in the kitchen cabinet and finding the door. It just seems very convenient.
Scarlet, you mean?
Like if Scarlet found it originally, then okay, yeah, we find out that in one of the endings that she would know about it from Yvette potentially. But we have Mustard accidentally falling on it, and then we have White just conveniently pulling on something in the cabinet, and it opened the door.
The cabinet? You mean
the secret kitchen door?
Yeah.
That's Scarlet.
That's Scarlet who pulls that.
Yeah, Scarlet's like playing with the meat hooks, and one of them opens the door because she's paired with Mustard.
Well, then I guess that's not really an issue. Then I guess it's mostly Mustard then, being convenient that he found that. Well, it could also be potentially convenient for Scarlet depending on the ending.
It does play into their pairing is the one who found the secret entrances.
Yeah, their pairing is the one that finds them all. Yeah.
but it also does make sense because that they are on that level of the house.
There is a hotel that I visited in I want to say it was Oregon, or it was one of the northern states in the Northwest. There was a hotel, and it had secret passages that went throughout the hotel. That was actually really cool. So it is neat.
Oh.
Yeah,
That would be cool.
it was. One of the secret passages was Tolkien themed. So there was a bunch of like a lot of the concerning hobbits stuff. No, in the Game of Riddles actually is what was on the walls in there.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty
Too bad Crimson has no care about it.
Yeah, I know. It was pretty cool.
I knew somebody who had a secret bookshelf door in their house that when you opened it, went into like an arcade room, which was pretty cool.
That is awesome.
Ryder, I think you've also brought up a story before. Sorry, audience, on a little tangent.
Yeah.
I think you brought up before you went with someone to, I think like a bookstore or a library or whatever, but it had a secret passageway to like a vampire bar.
Yes. It was a speakeasy bar that had because we went around Halloween, so they had Halloween themed it, and there was it was built in for the Prohibition era. So the upstairs was like a normal kind of like desk area, and then but obviously they turned it into a restaurant and stuff like that. So once you give the person up there like having your party, they hit a button and open a bookcase for you, and you go down, and there is it was vampire themed, and it was awesome.
Let's go to Crimson.
All right, so the Miss White throughout the film doesn't have gloves on until certain moments later, potentially. Oh, just laying groundwork.
Oh, are you?
What's Dad do it?
All right. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. She just doesn't wear gloves, and she doesn't have anything to hold gloves either. So something.
I see. That was something I have with ending C as well.
I do think ending C is probably the most fun, but I do think it has the most problems with it.
I would like to know the order of which they came up with the endings.
That'd be
That's
something
something I would like
that
to
I
know.
did not find.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Whether they were all I feel like in a movie called Clue, I feel like they were all intended. I just don't know what the order like. I guess it was written in. I guess.
Well, I can let you two know now. I was going to save it for the end of it, but they did come up with a fourth ending that was never made.
Mm.
What was
the fourth ending was Wadsworth killed everyone.
Oh, when would he have the time? No, that's fine. I mean, everyone being split up thing kind of, you could probably make any character a killer with the way they set up the movie.
Yeah. I mean, the point that kind of brings up just like I guess my next point a bit, but Yvette, when the power goes out, Yvette leaving Green to go to the billiard room. Is that then, being that there's no time indicated, but for her to go check in a sense, that it was planned that when the power goes out, because the gloved hand turns it off, that's Yvette's signal to go to the room? Whether from Scarlet of A or any of the others.
It's hard to say how much of this was planned before the arrival of people.
In ending
Because
C,
during the movie, Yvette and Scarlet don't really have time to have one-on-ones to plan anything. So it kind of seems like it has to be planned beforehand, which kind of just leads into convenience of how much Yvette knows to relay to Scarlet to set up everything.
Well, in A, it's not that Scarlet's a mastermind. She was just there. and then just took action with what she had on hand.
For
So,
A, like
So-
to begin with.
yeah. Well, I mean, like, okay, so in A and B, Scarlet and Peacock are more taking advantage of the situation than they are masterminds. Whereas ending C obviously lends to Wadsworth being the mastermind the whole time. So
Yes, I think more so with B in your example than A. I don't see them on par. Because A isn't just Scarlet. Yvette's doing half the work too.
yeah, they wouldn't need to have one-on-ones per se. They could have had a basic plan going in, and then just kind of made it up as they went along, because they were kind of along for the ride as well a lot in ending A.
I see. Let's go with you, Ryder.
All right. In my notes, I'm like, did the maid ditch Green for the plot to happen? The answer to that is yes, but it's convenient that the power goes out and all these things happen in a very specific order. Well, presumably a specific order. Because the cop is killed first, then the maid, and then no, the maid is killed first, right? Then the cop, then
The motorist is killed first.
No, I'm talking about the second round of killings.
Yes, it would be maid, cop, telegram for the
Okay.
lights out.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, a lot happens in that sequence. And this is kind of where I feel like they should have spaced out the murders a little bit rather than condensing them all, because it feels like time is disjointed. Unless everyone's
A lot happening at once.
Yeah, unless everyone's also a killer. There's a lot happening at once.
Yes. See, for me, if it's A, the power going out is the signal to Yvette to go to the billiard room, see Scarlet, and gets her killed. If it's B, Peacock putting out the power was kind of the same to go to the billiard room, but Scarlet and Mustard have been shown searching the floor where the control is. I would say the power outage is on that first floor. It's not necessarily in the cellar. But that gives enough reason, I think, that they split at points on the first floor for Scarlet to go pull the lever to cause that. Peacock would have to get past Plum, who seems to be always at the base of the stairs while she's looking around the cellar. So that seems harder, but it is straight up the stairs for her to pull and do that before coming back down. If it's C, I don't know who it is to pull the lever, because C explains that White killed Yvette. So, which could work still, because White and Wadsworth are in separate rooms upstairs. So
Well,
it's
C said
easier
White
for White.
the power out.
Yeah. So it's easier for White to leave Wadsworth's sight if they're not in the same room to take out Yvette. So B seems the hardest to pull off.
Yeah.
That line up to you, Ryder?
Yeah, I with the lighting, I do think B is probably the worst. But yeah, B is the worst when it comes to the lighting.
Okay.
Makes the least sense.
Gotcha. I do like the reveal, just more in the mystery, that Yvette is not French.
Yeah, when she just drops the accent suddenly in the room before she gets killed.
That is such a turn.
I love that. It was very cool. I appreciated that. For all rewarding those who were paying attention.
Now, curious where you two line up with this. I think that it's also very cool to do it, of having a false voice talk back to Yvette to give more on who the killer is, but not lining up to an actual voice used. And I thought in my head, if this is Scarlet, Peacock, or White talking, does this voice work for all of them. And I think it can pass for all of them putting on a voice.
I'm not a fan of it. I would prefer nothing.
So just like a vet
I don't think
coming
that's
in
possible.
saying one
That's what you're saying.
sentence, and then being taken out?
Yeah, I don't think they need to say anything. I would have preferred them not saying anything. It's very cheesy, and it in a way it feels like you're giving false information in a way. Even if the three of them could put on the voice, I think it would be better if it was just you cut to Yvette getting closer and then dying.
Okay.
I'm thinking like
Is
the Pink
it-
Panther movie.
Is it a
Oh,
little?
it's you.
The hardest thing for me is I could not tell if it's a more masculine or feminine voice in pitch range or anything. So I think it's a very neutral on that matter and doesn't immediately make me think, oh, this is one of the female characters.
It sounded masculine to me.
Sound masculine? Oh, okay.
I wouldn't have guessed female off of it.
As a first-time watcher, I would have guessed masculine.
Okay, huh? Interesting. So in that case, is it actually a little more dampening to it that it's not in any case of the endings?
Oh, I
Or does it
stand.
play more into the cheesy?
I stand by they shouldn't have said anything at all. We can infer enough with Yvette getting closer and trying to explain. All right, I did what you said.
Well, yeah. No. That's fine. It would have been strengthened in that regard, but still with what is shown and had being that you both took it as masculine and it wasn't in any case of the endings, does that dampen it?
Like objectively damage the ending.
I file it under the lying thing that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, it's filed under the film is lying to you.
Okay. Let's go to Crimson.
We have the singing telegraph, and at this point, because she's just shoehorned, plopped in there, quick little funny gag. She's singing and then gets shot.
This is getting serious, people.
And the question is, why do these additional people come at these later intervals?
Best inference
Not
I have
plot
for you
points.
is they were told to come at a specific time. Like the singing lady would have been scheduled at a certain point because she's there to give a
Yes.
performance clearly. So
The cop looks like he went there because he saw the car pulled over, not because he was.
Yes, the
told
cop.
to come here.
The cop is the only one that I don't think was on a scheduled time
yeah,
and was called to arrive.
Yeah, the cop
Variable
is
on when that arrival is.
yeah the cop is more convenient, I guess, on the timing. I think there's enough to infer for the rest, though. Loosely, at least.
Why would they need to be at these times, though?
Oh, I got nothing for that. I just got enough for them
Yeah,
to
I
be
mean, it
there at that
doesn't-
time. I don't
Would
have
it
any reason to
be-
why.
Doesn't help
At
to the
those
motives of
times-
any of the stories.
At those times to space out focus onto the one informant versus trying to keep eyes on all. Not for an audience sake, but whoever the main killer is.
I mean, the story's already gone in a weird direction off the plan of Mr. Body. So I guess like A and B. He wasn't planning on getting killed. So spacing out these people doesn't really make sense. With Wadsworth trying to confront Body with all this stuff, they should all be there. And I guess with Wadsworth C ending, I don't really know why he would need to space them out either.
The only thing I can infer for Wadsworth's C ending is he's just doing it explicitly to fuck with them.
Which could work.
He couldn't have predicted where everybody was going to be or what's happening. It's kind of just nonsense timing.
Yeah, mostly not.
To
just
line
that.
up to who they're connected to, yes. To know they are connected in some form of still being an informant in a connection of any web of blackmail, I think that's randomly fine for him to choose.
What are you saying is the random part?
Of when they arrive. Necessarily, like not choosing not to have all three of them arrive at the same time. I don't know how the cop would do that unless like specifically lettered, because the car of the motorist didn't, like, we actually see how that's the connection and not him coming to the door bringing up a fact that could be lie or truth from a letter he got. But being that the motorist and the telegram are scheduled different times to arrive shows that not together, that the killer set that, or Body or Wadsworth or what have you, set that to be individualized of informant to screw possibly one-minded to the person it's connected to. Like the motorist arriving recognized I keep saying recognized Mustard, and Mustard knew, but Mustard never, I didn't pick up Mustard let on that he recognized the motorist until that's brought up later about the past. Plum, as soon as he sees the girl outside the telegram, knows the patient, but she never came in the room and never saw him to get an information like connection to that. The cop, Scarlett, would know him, but I think it's still fine to play off he doesn't fully know her in ways. In any case of the ending, because it's still connected in that way. But still, the cop arriving could have arrived when the telegram was there, could have arrived earlier when the motorist, after getting out of his car and was walking up, he could have driven by and saw him. And I don't know if that would have caused a problem if the cop drove up past the motorist walking up to the manor and offered him a ride to like take him to a mechanic or anything and get him away from the building.
That's reading a lot into it.
It is, but the motorist, I still think, was planned from a letter to arrive at a certain time. And that the car outside was just staged for him to prop that way. Unless it was told, which also read into it, told the motorist in the message to like prop your car that way and walk up and come in and, you know, do this. And then the cop was called because a car was propped up. And to come to the manor and information could be said about it, or you can make a phone call there or what have you. That way there's actual reason for the cop to come down the road and see that the truth that the motorist's car is propped up to then come to the manor.
That's a lot to infer. Are you saying this is a theory or something you think they were intending?
Theory.
Okay.
It's way too much of like, because this movie already does a lot of explaining something after sometimes and leading up to, it's like a what are they called, dot mazes kind of thing, I'm thinking, where you have the lines to connect the dots, but sometimes your line connects to a different dot and it can still make out the image, but it didn't go where it's supposed to go, if that makes sense. So like one dot wasn't used but the image can still be seen. I feel like it's kind of that, where you can still get from point A to point C and understand, probably not the greatest things to say, point Y to point, well, Y is not what you get what I'm saying. I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't say ABC with all these endings, but from point 1 to point 3 you can jump over point 2 and not explain it, which can then lead up to the audience thinking of how 2 was connected. Or there would definitely need to be a use of 2 somewhere to explain how 3 happened. But 3 is answering 1. And I think there's a lot of that kind of thing going on. But it's
You
not
think
like,
there's a lot of missing 2s?
I think so. There's no Wadsworth coming out of a room. Like Hoover on the phone, the cop says it's Hoover. Could you infer that if the cop was informed to come out and say, hey, Hoover's on the phone, for Wadsworth to go in, but maybe it's not Hoover, it's someone else calling, something for him to get on the phone, and the phone call is instructed for the telegram or what have you. That seems a lot into it. But it could go in with the blackmail if that's kind of Body's work of what he does on anyone and everyone, of all his spies and informants, which is what Wadsworth says in ending C, that like, thank you for getting, you know, everyone to be wiped out and cleaned up.
So I guess by the metric, is this an issue for you then? The timing of these people and everything we've been talking about here. You're missing of 2s in this scenario.
Yeah, it's definitely nitpicky. It's like looking at a script that has a bunch of like moth holes in it, but you can still get the story out of it. The problem for me is I don't know what needs to be. I don't know if anything needs to be said because they give the 3 to explain 1, but there's definitely instances of 2s that would help strengthen the reasonings a lot more. But if they were all used in the instances, I think it would cut a lot of the mystery out more than what it already has onto the audience, if that makes sense.
I'm kind of just now. I'm drawing parallels to Murder by Death, of like the moving rooms, or well, you didn't even concede that they were moving, but you know what I'm talking about. The duplicate rooms. You were saying there's no proof that they're moving because we don't see someone pull a lever or a mechanism working or something to that effect. So we can't take the characters at their words that the rooms are actually moving. So that sounds like a missing 2 with your example. So I feel like that's the same here, where the 2 is them explaining why they need to be spaced out.
The difference between Murder by Death and that example that I see is Murder by Death had a 1-2, and it was just like, oh, okay, cool. Clue to Me has the 1-2-3, and they jump to the 3.
In this current example?
And what you just said with the rooms thing, like
What's
the rooms
the 1
is
and
like
3 with the people arriving at different times.
Never mind. Actually,
the
I just
2
confused
is
myself.
the 2 is there's no phone call. We don't see a phone call being made to these people arriving, but we do know that they are involved to each person from 3. Like 3 explains that they're all involved somehow to someone via blackmail and connected, and how they were all taken out and the reasons for being taken out, and that blackmail is the job of what's going on, or Scarlet secrecies, to be a leverage point onto anyone to arrive for the arrival. I mean, even the telegram girl, maybe just as a telegram, wasn't actually given a letter for the use to be there, because she actually starts breaking out his on and giving out a telegram, and that's just what she did after being a patient. But there is no point of seeing a letter in the cop's hand. It's like, oh, he received a letter and we don't know what it says on it, but that shows that he was instructed to be here for a reason. We never see Wadsworth go to a phone and like is calling the motorist. It's like arrive now kind of thing, and he's the next person to arrive at the house. Like that's the 2s that are missing, but we see the 1 of the lineup of the character introduction to the 3 of the explanation of the character.
And then in Murder by Death, the 1 is we see that there's a full room of people, and then we see that it's an empty room. And then the 3 is them explaining how the rooms move. The 2 is not seeing how it happens. Sounds like the exact same setup you just did.
I see.
Is that not the same? I feel like it's the same.
Somehow in my head, it doesn't seem the same.
All right. Well, I guess that's probably the end of that point, unless you have more to sprinkle on. Sprinkle over
No, I'm thinking, no. No, I don't.
All right.
The detail I liked, that I was confused a little, probably on earlier earlier sightings of the film, but I thought was really good, is the cop, when the power's out and before he gets hit with the lead pipe, he's on the phone talking. And it made me question, oh, is the phone still working with the power down? But he never gets a response, as he's the one talking into the phone. So I think it did cut on him, but he's just continually talking.
To himself?
Essentially. It's not
I
going.
feel like he had a response line. Like the person on the other end said something and then he responded to it.
I don't
I don't know.
remember well enough.
I thought he was just saying
Maybe.
hello.
No, initially and then we cut back to him later when he's about to get murdered and he's still on the phone. I think that changed to a response.
Yeah.
I might have to go back and see it. I feel like there was a response.
I mean, the
wording.
breaker could just kill the lights and not the power to the whole place. But
It could. Yeah. Which is totally fine. Like, maybe the phone is working it, but not the breaker. But it is a little weird. But like a hello, and then a continuation talking afterwards. But I don't remember any like pause to take in an answer.
Are
Unless they
landlines
cut.
attached to something else? It's an outdated technology. I don't remember if that's on a separate system. Hard lines.
No, they're connected to the power line.
Well, yeah, the power lines were cut. The power to the rest of the house was. I didn't know if that was separate. Oh,
I think if the main fuse box, if the fuse to the kitchen, if a landline is in a kitchen and the power fuse in the kitchen goes out, I think the landline wouldn't work.
sure. I don't know. I'm not
Yeah.
an expert.
Because they're not plugged into outlets. But that's kind of like the same of like those cable wall lines in houses. Like it's not a
Yeah,
power
but-
line, but if the
That's for
power
hard
in that
lines.
room went out, that would go out. So, just saying, we're not electricians, so
It's especially on outdated technology. We're of a digital era, wireless,
yeah,
Bluetooth.
rotary phones. At least I know how a rotary phone works.
That's true. I know how to do that. I know how to rewind a VHS.
No, that's very kind.
Yeah, so do I.
I didn't rewind.
Ryder, you pitched on it earlier, but the shadows of the faces upon the gunshot going off.
Yeah.
I think that's a really cool stylized idea of just making them all look very similar in an area and being fearful in some aspect, but you are right that some of them you can see a bit of the background
Yeah.
and it's not fully in shadow.
They try. I give them credit for trying, for sure. But obviously, it goes to either I'm being lied to as a member of the audience, or I can remove them, from the suspect list.
Yes.
I will jump to once they hide all the bodies, and I think Wadsworth just straightens up like, all right, I shall now explain who the killer is because he knows who done it, as it were. And then we get a very long comedic sequence. We kind of touched on it. What do we think of it?
It's very funny. I really like the part of just Wadsworth just beating up Mr. Green by just like randomly shoving him around.
Yeah,
His
I don't know why
reenactment
Wadsworth
of
picks on
slapping
Green,
Peacock
but-
is funny.
Yeah. And just this run. Like it's not a normal run. He's like really throwing his hands up kind of thing.
it's kind of like the funny like comedic British run. You kind of see.
It
that
feels like
you
if
see
you
that
were
a bit
running
more.
in place and walked with that.
Pranks. What was that old YouTube video like going to the store or something?
Oh yes, going to the mall, going to the store.
Yeah. Not as exaggerated as that, but similar.
No, absolutely not. He was not doing movements like that.
Exaggerated movements.
And with the
I kind of
music and
touched on.
And his fast talking, it all blended very well, I
And
think.
everyone's slowly growing annoyance with it because there are parts where he's definitely dragging out the explanation. I think it's mostly funny. I do think the joke went on just a tiny bit too long, but otherwise, I think everything works. As far as
Yes.
explaining up to how everyone has a motive, and revealing the motorist's relationship with Mr. Colonel Mustard and the police officer's relationship with Scarlett.
I think what helps is the relatability to the other guests watching him reenact everything by saying like, we know, like, get on kind of thing, like feeling that with them.
Yeah, one of
if it was all just focused on Wadsworth, I would say it does feel very long.
Yeah, I want to think. I think it's ending B where he's like they're pretending they start acting with him. That I did find quite amusing.
Like white going onto the floor or whatever.
Yeah, like pretending to be choked out. But yeah, I do enjoy him bullying Mr. Green, which definitely adds a lot more funnies into ending C. And I also like that eventually Green also, in just the before we get to the very ending, Green also starts acting with it as well. Like he gets into it, which tracks for him because he works for the Pentagon. At least that's his cover, right?
Yes. Well, for the government.
Yeah.
In some form.
That's his. That would be he's an FBI agent in ending C, but for the others, he's at least a person who works at the Pentagon. So.
Was it specifically said Pentagon?
Because
I remember he said. I can't remember if he even said he worked for the government. He just lived in a government town.
I think he does say I think he does say he works for the Pentagon. It's either the Pentagon or State Department, or like
State Department is definitely said somewhere. I don't remember by who or where, but I definitely know someone said State Department.
Yeah, I think he's related to the State Department. I think he's the one.
I guess I didn't bring it up earlier when it was more relevant. The motorist is in the like burned evidence folder. When we see all the stuff getting tossed into the fireplace, you can see a photo of him being Mustard's driver in with the photos.
Oh, nice details. I like it.
Yeah, it is a good one. And you can see Professor Plum walking out of a building with his like head down. So I guess you could assume that was him after cheating, but you don't see the telegram lady there. Yeah. Might just be the post cheating, but yeah. It's a cool little detail that they threw in there. You could deduce that there was a connection if you could recognize the two people because it's not focused on that much.
Yeah.
Or the reveal of the connection between those two.
Kind of already went over the Gray's bullet, but I think my last point before we get into the endings proper is I didn't expect the joke to hit me as hard as it did, but the police chief approaching the door as like a religious solicitor, I think was what they're coined as.
Yeah.
It seems like something you would chuckle at.
Yeah,
from my understanding.
Yeah, it's funny because he's doing it in disguise, and so it's got some layered jokes to it. But also Wadsworth just falling limply dead out of the freezer was also pretty good.
That was pretty good of the reenactment.
Yeah.
I do like the buildup of the people though at the door, and then it makes sense of like the motorist is like, "Oh yeah, come in, we'll help you." After just kind of talking, the cop is door slam open, two different things come in. The telegram is just shot, and then the chief is just door slam like, "Get out of here."
He's like, "Hey, your soul's at risk. Our lives are at risk," or something like that. Was Peacock's response.
The apocalypse has come.
Yeah.
There's something I noticed that I don't know if it's necessarily a nitpick. It's just I caught is during the retelling when they go back into the study, the weapon cabinet is now closed.
I saw that too. Yeah. I couldn't tell if that was continuity error or I mean it's feasible that they closed the cabinet.
It could have been done when all the evidence was burned since everything was in there, so
yeah. Well, no, it'd be after that because Yvette goes to get the gun and it's open and has the weapons in there, and then the noose gets killed on Yvette.
Wait, I thought he burned the evidence during the second round of killings. Was that done in the first?
Burning of the evidence.
Yeah, I thought the evidence was burned while the police officer, Yvette, and the telemarketer were all killed. I thought that all happened in one sequence.
I did not write in my notes where.
It's in there somewhere, but I'll be too much reading.
I will go back to read since I'm pretty much out of points. So for at least until the endings. So I'll do that.
Okay. I'll bring up the strangest shower I've ever seen in a house, and that's opening a door, walking into a shower. Because that wasn't like a shower door. That was just a door, like you'd go into a bathroom.
I think it's too modern. Because there are showers like that where you open the door and it's just kind of like open and the drain's in the center. But in 1954, I don't think this was a thing at all. And there would be a tub. There's no open walk-in showers, I don't think. And
you wouldn't have a designated space just for a shower.
No.
So yeah, it was for the bit, and it was amusing.
All right.
I wasn't expecting him to be in the shower. So.
Yeah, evidence was burned with the motorist. So.
Okay.
My point no longer stands.
Gotcha. Okay. With the shower thing on Wadsworth, it's nice that when he comes down the stairs, he is wet, but as soon as he kind of does the reenactment, it then stops. Like he
zips around. He gets dried off real quick.
Yeah, if you want to go, he drives off when he's running around.
His clothes could still be damp, but like he himself does dry off because it makes at least some sense.
With his explanations of like how the killer was getting around the secret passages, I was just thinking like, how do some of those work? Because there are people present, like the one he talked about in the kitchen. I think that's potentially. I don't remember.
Oh, he talks about the kitchen in all of them, but the relevancy, I guess, of it is more relevant.
Slipping away while everyone's looking at them. Well, one of them was the killer went through the kitchen secret passage while the people were looking at the cook. That was one of them, and I'm like, that is insanely lucky and convenient for that person to get out that way without being noticed. That's a lot.
Yeah. As well as my notes, just skimming down, everything else I have, we've already touched on. So I also am at the point where I have no more till the endings.
I like the little joke of, "Can you keep a secret?" Yes, so can I.
That's
witty
nice.
dialogue,
Yep.
like it.
Yeah, pretty funny. That might have actually been the funniest line for me in this. And yeah, I think I'm good with that.
Okay. Well, everyone, we're now at the endings. We will definitely go ABC. Don't fret.
You want to go backwards?
And it and it at hour 19 when Wadsworth turns the power back on is the start, and then of course when the title pops up of the changes is the indication of the others, and just in case people need clarification. Anyway, ending A. Notes on that. Let's start with Crimson.
But I just went. Okay.
All right. Well, Ryder went twice in a row. I'm giving you the opportunity.
All right. So I'll do it's kind of a broad one across A and B. And that's the A, if you're the killer, you got the gun. And I'm thinking, why? Why is that how that would work? Why would they have it on them? What if they got rid of the gun and then they all turn out their purses and coats and stuff and there's no gun? Then Wadsworth is just sitting there like, ooh, well, watch that one, didn't I? I don't know. It seemed like a very weak reveal of if you have the gun, you're the killer, when they didn't have to keep the gun on them at all.
That's true, but I don't know why they would get rid of it.
Evidence, proof of them with the gun. I mean, It screws them over at the very end, so
It does.
there's one reason for it.
Telegram.
They didn't keep all the other murder weapons that were used. They left them at the scene of the crime.
Yeah, the gun wasn't left on the Telegram's body or anything outside the front door. So, good point.
Yeah, so that goes for both of those.
I have Wadsworth's retelling of the whole situation, and I touched on this a little earlier. And it's all pretty down because then he goes like, "Who has the gun?" And Scarlett has it, and she's impressed by him. Except for Wadsworth wasn't keeping track of the bullets, unless it was purposely made to try to confuse her. It just seemed weird that it was kind of like Monsieur Perry in Murder by Death, like knowing all these observances and everything, but missing the one detail, like the butler's blind.
I'm a little lost. Like, he didn't bring up the bullets earlier, or
No, like he's explaining all of the retelling and everything to get to, I guess, ending A of like, Scarlett has the gun, it's you. But then when she holds the gun, he goes, "You don't have any bullets." When there is a bullet, shows that either he's trying to bluff his way around her by saying something, or he actually did not count correctly, and everything was right in his story except this, which is off. And I don't know why it would be off. That just kind of really dims him for me.
well, it kind of comes down to his acting portrayal, I think, of whether or not you think he was bluffing or not.
See,
I mean, he
what,
did.
the
He
thing
said
that-
the number thing more than once, and it was a back and forth. But is that just written in for the joke?
again,
I mean, it certainly is part of a joke, but I don't know if it's just
the thing that lends it to me thinking I think he was doing it to his intelligence, but he legitimately did lose track of it, because he fires the gun at the chandelier at the end with his look of surprise.
Which proves to him that a bullet was in there.
Yeah, but he was certain there wasn't.
Oh, so you're leaning that it wasn't a bluff, and that he was certain there wasn't another bullet.
Yeah, I'm leaning that he wasn't a bluff. He was just happened to get lucky. But I do think he was stalling for time, and in all cases.
Okay. Yeah, the look of surprise, I guess, does help with that, and the pause.
I don't so. It's not really a nick on his character for me because he's been dealing with a lot. I'm fine with him
a lot to
losing
keep track.
Yeah, I'm fine with him losing track of the bullets. But the thinking about it, I really liked it is that he's clearly stalling for time. Like when it comes down to the joke between him and Scarlett of like counting the bullets.
Yeah. It's
So-
not 2 + 1 + 1. That's 1 + 2 + 1.
Yeah, like they're clearly like he's clearly stolen for time. That to me was I think the most important thing to get right, I guess, about that scene.
Okay. Do you both find it fine that Yvette killed both the cook and Mr. Body?
What would be Yvette's motive to go along with this? Other than
works
she
for
knows
Scarlett. I
Scarlett?
don't know what Scarlett has over Yvette. Just works for
Because
her.
that's my main thing, is because we don't get much of Yvette as a character, but being convinced into killing people, I feel like might need an explanation to her.
Also, she was, I guess, prior working with them before the guest arrival with the cook and Mr. Body. If Mr. Body, in this instance, is actually Wadsworth's like master, not being his butler in this one. So if they're all working under Mr. Body, that could show Yvette, while possibly undercover or working in this, seeing the cook and Body and using that as like cover up because she's been close working with them. And we kind of get, there's nothing really of Yvette and the cook to show anything, but Body at the table saying he's not hungry and being very kind of, I don't know the right word. Not like pervy like plum, but just
Casual with her.
cruel, casual. Yeah, casual. I was gonna say cruel, but that seems too harsh of a word. But yeah, just like casual and treating her kind of very low.
Mhm.
But I also don't know how long she's been the maid for Mr. Body. Could play into that, so I see more reason to kill Mr. Body than the cook. But if it's just to clean up evidence, then it makes sense she can get closer to those two.
Again, this would be things to tighten up the script. My idea to tighten up, the first thing that comes to mind is, okay, they know, like, she's being blackmailed and knows it. That's something she was confident about, because she's like, I did what I'm being blackmailed for. Like, she kind of, it comes across to me that she's embraced that fact that she's being blackmailed. So, and given that her whole thing is also espionage and information, how you fix this is Yvette's been working with Scarlett for a long time. She got Scarlett on staff for that night, knowing something was going down because she was invited, and she wanted to have the extra backup around, and the rest of the night can play out as we can expect it to. That's a lot of inference. Obviously, I'm doing a lot of writing for the writers, but that is, I think, a reasonable explanation that if they wanted to write that in on top of what we have, I think it would work.
Yeah, because right now we just have Yvette used to work for her, and I guess you can kind of infer she still kind of does if she's willing to do this.
Mm-hmm.
But that's about it for Yvette. Motive is she's just doing what her boss told her to do.
Yeah.
No moral conundrums.
All you have to, I mean, even if you had you can infer that they're still working with each other. That's fine, as long as you have like, oh, they've been working together for a while. You can assume everything else by just her actions, and that she doesn't have any moral quandaries.
Okay.
That sounded like a thinking. Okay, Spriggs. Do you have more to add to it?
No. It fits in. That like to what I already pitched of Yvette working around with the Mr. Body and Cook, and could lean into more inquiries, but also with Scarlett. And so
yeah, I mean, it could be that Yvette was playing both sides, and that's why Scarlett took her out.
Yeah, she could have. It just makes that a little. Again, with this ending, it does make the scene of the ballroom weird, because I don't know why Scarlett would be scared of anything. And also Yvette going, "It's you," when being choked out. Wouldn't she already know?
Yeah.
Unless it's all through like messages and letters.
I don't have any.
Say it's you.
Because that's kind of, when she gets close and goes to get her, I thought she goes, "It's you," and which kind of helps with the cop then being on the payroll as well, but not knowing really who Scarlett is.
Yeah,
that could be the same.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with her reacting to Mustard getting the pool table. I don't have an issue. I feel like that's a normal reaction. Like, she's backing away in case she gets hit.
Oh, Scarlett, yeah.
So I feel like that's a normal reaction, whether or not she's the perpetrator.
Yeah, Spriggs is talking about the curtain reveal.
Oh, yeah, the curtain reveal. I think that's I think that to me is the biggest time waster. If ending A is the quote unquote correct ending, I think that one's the biggest one. There's a lot of inferences
I don't think it fits with A.
There's nothing solid around Yvette, but there's a lot of like inferences we can point to as things to fill in the gap. But there's nothing that we can really form as a solid idea as to why Yvette worked so closely for her and stuff like that, and why she was taken out at the end. We can infer ideas at least, which is something. But yeah, I do think the weakest link is probably the curtain scene with Scarlett in ending.
Especially since Mustard's not in the room, so she's not even like acting to someone.
Yeah.
There's a lot of luck involved with this one, because Mustard kind of sets in motion everything that Scarlett wants. He's the one that initiates the plan of them splitting up. He's the one that splits up in the ballroom to give her the opportunity to commit the murder and burn the evidence. So if no one suggested to split up, they've all been together through the movie. So she wouldn't have been able to get away with all the extra crimes.
Do you think the plan for not being able to split up would have been that it was more on Yvette to kill him?
Too much to know. I have no idea.
Yeah, like I said, I don't necessarily view Scarlet as a mastermind. I view her more as just she's just taking advantage of her circumstances, like an opportunist. So she took advantage of Colonel Mustard's suggestion. Not that she was planning on doing that from the
There's
beginning.
some sort of coordination with Yvette. There's a planning involved.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I won't deny
So
that.
it's not just opportunity. The hard part is to discern when
Those
it
meetings
flips
happen.
from
It does. Yeah, killing the motorist, the telegram, and the cop seems like opportunity, but taking out the grouping or whatever, the cook, the maid, and the butler, and I guess Mr. Body seemed possibly the plan.
In this version, right, Scarlet had access to the key to get the gun from the cabinet. No, she got the gun from the floor. Never mind.
Yeah. Whether that's Wadsworth, Peacock, or Scarlet.
Well, I mean, okay, no, it was unlocked when Yvette went to go get it. So Scarlet had theoretically already unlocked the cabinet before then, or the key. Yvette had the key to unlock it. So either kind of work.
Yeah,
but
either Yvette or Scarlet took the key.
The excuse that they gave, right, is that they pickpocketed it off of him when they were all in the huddle.
Yeah, well, when they're all the huddle, there's a shot of Wadsworth's pocket and the key coming out. I don't think that's in the huddle, because it would have been a lot more scrunched and close. It seems more when they are looking at the motorist outside the door, it would have happened. At least that's how the shot lines up to me. But then again, they did the shadow thing with Mustard that I pointed out earlier, so it could just be like a cool, like, this is how it is idea, like in the head of pulling the key out, but it's not actually the reenactment, like actually what happened in the scene.
Yeah. Okay. Kind of yeah, the reason if we can well, this is me stretching, so I don't want anyone to take this as me seriously, like writing. I'm just theorizing how this ending would work. Is it because if we can establish that either Scarlet or Yvette has pickpocketing abilities, we could probably infer they could pass notes to each other just by standing near each other.
That is true.
But yeah, we don't get anything.
Yeah, no evidence. So like I said, that's just me. Like, okay, if I were to elaborate on this ending to make it work better, that's something we could do because that's a skill that they've been established to have.
Only other note I have left for ending A is the Gone with the Wind reference. Frankly, Scarlet, I don't give a damn.
Yep. I do quite like that in this ending that Wadsworth works directly with the police. And I kind of like that Scarlet's a bit flirtatious with him, like impressed that he caught her. So yeah. I appreciate their back and forth. It's very much a classic, like, femme fatale. This is a really weird way. It's a Catwoman-esque scene with Batman after Batman like turns her in.
Oh, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, it has that sort of.
She's been thwarted.
It has that sort of vibe to it, which I like.
You could play a good Catwoman, actually.
Actually, yeah, she would.
Probably. Crimson, anything else on A?
Yeah, I do like her bad guy monologue, explaining how she deals in secrets and not just sleeping around or with her business, and keeping everybody in their place of hypotheticals if they were to retaliate and stuff. I think it was good for her character. And if this was the only ending to the movie, I think it's a satisfactory one. I think I'll probably add that to each of them, is whether or not I'd find them as satisfactory solo.
Yeah.
I would find this one satisfactory.
This one's satisfactory also because there's a lot of build up in the film about Scarlet's profession, if this is the ending, because as I talked about earlier, she's following Wadsworth around as he's reading out everybody's like dirty laundry. Like, she's explicitly just always wants to be near him to listen. So it shows her being very keenly interested in secrets and that sort of trade of information. So they've done a good job at building up the character to be like this.
Yeah.
I tend to lean towards A, probably being my pick for best ending. In terms of objectivity, despite its problems. But that might just be me. So
Okay. I think ending A does strengthen the study, conversation, talk of the evidence leaning that Yvette worked for Scarlett, had an affair with Mr. White, and which is why Mrs. White has a thing against Yvette, which led to an evening with Mr. Mustard, or I keep saying Mr. Which
Colonel
led to
Mustard.
an evening with Mustard, Colonel Mustard, via the negatives in the photo shown. So that's just more of a connection between not just one person, but to two.
Yeah. It again shows everyone's very close together, and that also builds up to her spy network. So like it shows them all being connected to her as well.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if that's all of ending A, we'll then cover ending B, where Peacock did it. Let's go with writer first.
All right. I think the main thing that stuck out to this one for me at the beginning was like, oh, this one's worse because Peacock would have to get by Plum. I do think it's funny though, like she's in denial like right up until like everyone pulls out their guns and stuff like that, or the like turn out your pockets, turn out your purses line. I do like that that line is used in both versions. I do appreciate that.
Yeah, there are overused lines, which I think is neat.
Yeah, which I appreciate.
I get ending A, and I get ending C. This is the one I don't understand her motive.
This is the one. This is why I brought up the question of I'm curious the order of the endings because I feel like this is the last one they made.
You feel like this one was the rushed one?
This one feels ramshackled and like we need a third thing, and this is what they came up with. But continue, Springs, on what you were about to say with motive.
I just don't get her reasoning to kill everyone. Like it's a way to lash out from the blackmail. It didn't seem to be. Scarlett seemed to be explained real well of what she does, why it's connected, kind of her purpose. Not 100% because of that and the connection there, but Peacock's just seems to be like, yeah, and I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you, kind of thing.
Yeah, I think a lot of it in this is because she's trying to protect her husband's reputation because she's still. It comes across as she's very much a political animal. So this is the way. Once she has the opportunity to take out the people responsible for blackmailing her to keep herself of a clean slate, I think that's why she did it, and I can infer that based on what we have. But there's nothing. She doesn't have her monologue moment. Like she doesn't tell anybody explicitly. She just kind of points a gun out at them and says, "I'm going to leave," and they all agree and start serenading her as she leaves.
Yeah, which a little silly. Just like, oh yeah, let's all sing, jolly good fellow.
Yeah, well, I mean, which kind of fits because she did kill quote unquote bad people to the rest of them, so she did technically do good work, but obviously she did kill people. So
yeah, this is also the only one of the three endings that it's all on one person who did all the. So she killed everyone who's dead.
Yeah, and
which goes into a harder believability of not teleporting but time jumping.
Yeah, and the more you time jump, it comes across as you're blatantly lying to your audience and withholding information that would have helped the audience piece together the information more.
Yeah, or really plays into Professor Plum not being very observant.
Yeah.
Unlike the Scarlet one, it's not explained how Peacock knows the secret doors to use, the secret passages. So
yeah, that's right.
That just happens, and because she does all the murders, the whole meeting with Yvette in the billiards room doesn't really make sense now because they weren't working together. Yeah, Yvette during the blackout ran to the billiards room to meet with the killer.
They should have played up a little more that Peacock got information from the cook.
Yeah.
Potentially.
So, sounds like we all agree this is the worst one.
I don't want to get to my ratings yet, but
No, it's so hollow. Like I said, it's ramshackle. This is like they needed another thing. That's what it feels like.
I do. Sorry.
I like the cops in this one better. Of catching her outside, I kind of enjoy it more. New scenery
and setting up spotlights.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I did like that more than the other cops, like visually speaking, not necessarily in context of the story.
Would anyone care for dessert? I agree. I one of the things I do like about this scene, outside of the serenading them out, as soon as she leaves, just everybody relaxes, and then he just like, oh yeah, and then Wadsworth just kind of explains what his role and everything is.
Yeah. That call from Hoover? It was from me.
Communism was just a red herring.
There's a weird Three Stooges sound effect bit at the end of this one where they slap Green twice and then Mrs. White pulls on like Colonel Mustard's suspenders, I think. And it's a boing sound effect that gets cut short and very abruptly. It's very weird.
Didn't stand out to me, I guess. Going through the notes, I think Wadsworth brought up Peacock's involvement with foreign entities as part of her motive. But
she takes bribes on behalf of her husband. Like, we know that's one of the main things that she does.
But she never explains the connection of why to take out the others that are connected to her husband.
Yeah, the cook is explained, but not sure about everybody else.
Yeah, like why would Peacock shoot the telegram?
Because she didn't like the singing. I have no idea.
Just a grouchy old lady.
Yeah.
We always get our man. It's so hard to say how he says man. Man. Unique voice.
I guess I do like the little touch of Peacock was the one to open the door to the chief when he was soliciting. So that when she's leaving, it's just kind of that one-on-one again of her with the chief.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good connection there.
A little good.
I agree.
That's all I have for B.
Also, this would not be a satisfactory ending. If this was the only ending to this movie, I would have felt it like it's a wet blanket. Like all this, him running around explaining the whole movie for this of I just killed a bunch of people.
Sucks. Yeah, I'm leaving. Bye.
Yeah,
that's a terrible ending. If it was by itself.
Yeah, I think in this version, the butler also Wadsworth explains he works for the FBI, right?
Yes, this is the one where he says that the phone call was for him.
Yeah. Okay.
Which I guess helps that he goes back in the library, that it actually was for him.
Yeah. It makes less sense.
Springs.
Yeah.
The library was locked for both A and B for the killing of the cop because we never see a secret entrance into the library.
That is true.
That was what I was hinting at earlier about locked doors not being unlocked when they're supposed to. That's it. There you go.
Yep.
Thanks for the reminder.
But yeah, I'm out of talk about for ending B.
All right, with that, ending C, where Plum killed Body, Peacock killed the cook, White killed a vet, Scarlet killed the cop, and Wadsworth shot the telegram.
And he's Mr. Body.
And he is Mr. Body. Oh, and Mustard killed the motorist.
I enjoy this ending the most. I think it has a bit of a Murder on the Orient Express vibe, where everybody's a participant.
Yes. Sorry, spoilers on that, but yes.
Yeah. Sorry for spoiling an 100-year-old book, but Yeah, it's it has that sort of vibe to it. I think so. I definitely enjoy this one. Would probably be my pick for. I do enjoy ending A and C quite a lot. But for this one, I think the first thing I thought of was just the they didn't do a good job building up everybody's interconnectivity to stick the landing for this one.
In what way?
It so like the in with the butler's motives, right? Like, why is he recording? If he's the body, why is he going through all these motions? Like, what is the purpose of his plan? Why is he doing all this? Only to just reveal himself at the end. Like, if he was to try and maintain his cover the entire time, that would be one thing. But he gives himself away for fun, pretty much.
Yeah, we talked about the reason of he doesn't really have a motive here because he's blackmailing them.
Yeah.
And he has no reason to stop blackmailing him. He has no reason to record them, just to burn it later.
Yeah, it makes
whoever burned it in the story, I guess.
Yeah, it makes it all. It makes a lot of those feelings feel more superfluous. So, like, what this scene does, like, for when ending A, you have the one scene in the ballroom that may feel superfluous. This makes a lot of other scenes feel superfluous. So, the burning of the evidence wouldn't even need to happen because that's not something he would want to do. Like, the best thing I could come up with is that he just wants to fuck with them. Like, the motives for the main villain here don't make sense.
Him just screwing everyone's minds, kind of does work with him being the mastermind of being like on their side, having the letter at dinner to play like he was a guest, talking with them, agreeing with them, doing the whole reenactment with them, to then just reveal it was me, feels very screwy.
Yeah, but it's against its own interests.
Yeah,
like all that other goofy stuff fits the other endings. It's incongruent with the ending of this one.
Yeah, like, unless he's like his mode, unless his goal is explicitly to fuck with them, then that doesn't work. Unless that is his goal, him like being a goofy mastermind doesn't fit. And I feel like
I think it's just
yeah, one of the things another reason I don't really like ending C is because of all the damages it does hurl at Wadsworth. Because Wadsworth is a fairly consistent character for most of the film. This calls into question almost every action he takes. Because he was supposed to be the mastermind the entire time. I also have no idea who his body originally was and why he was handing out murder weapons and why he was willing to go along with any of this at all.
Well, the fake body was his butler.
Yeah,
that was his butler.
Again, I have no idea why he's willing to go along with any of this. Was he being blackmailed?
Blackmail.
Yeah, that would need to be explained in this ending.
It could be because when Wadsworth is explaining the blackmail of his wife, is body in the room for that? Because it'd be really twisted if he is in that room and that's actually blackmail onto body or his butler's wife.
That would be nice.
Like retelling his story.
That would be cool, but it ain't in the script. That would definitely add to the malevolence. I would love if that was the twist, but we get nothing for that. So, like I said,
the only hint to that is the swap of their names of sake, but
again,
made up story.
Again, but his wife is dead, so there's nothing to blackmail for
if
Mr.
that's
Body.
True.
Right. But I in this ending, if he's lying the entire time, so it calls into question everything. So I don't know. Which makes
it does aid that he has access to keys and everything, though.
Yes.
There's no pickpocketing. That's covered. Though on the other hand, funny hand, C kind of goes with what Crimson pointed out a little. Everyone just has a pair of black gloves.
That's what one needs to believe. That's not what would happen in reality. I don't think all these people came here planning to kill somebody.
No, I don't
think so.
Yeah.
So that's a movie moment thing for you, just to conceal the killers whenever they're showing their hands. Um, and I think more damage to Wadsworth intelligence, unless it's a damage to mine where I'm missing something. Um, him and Green, like, why doesn't he know Green's FBI if he knows everything about everybody? And when Mr. Green gave the "I'm a homosexual" and he's perusing through his papers frantically, I'm like, oh, okay, that's not information he has. But then what does he have? Why doesn't he know he's FBI? What? Why is Mr. Green the exception to him knowing everything?
If Mr. Green is covering one secret that Wadsworth doesn't know, because that's not the information he has, it could be still with another information that Wadsworth thinks he has that's never brought up. It's never like, Mr. Green, what do you do? And he goes, oh, I just, work for the government, or I'm in DC. It's just information that could be swapped. Again, it's not shown or stated in that, but the one follow up to that, to not just be focused on Green, is Mustard with his parents being dead and they're alive, which is more information Wadsworth is not fully aware of or doesn't fully have. So it does show holes in not just Green for Wadsworth, but more than one person.
I don't
So
know
I
why
think there
Green
is
is there
more.
for Wadsworth, because he doesn't have an informant. Everybody else has informants. Green doesn't have anybody. He doesn't have a telegram, a motorist, a cop, Yvette. He's got
No.
nothing.
It would have helped if he said he placed a story to be blackmailed with of the alias.
Yeah, like I said,
That would be
the best
better.
inference is that he's a plant somehow.
Yeah. He's there for a reason, and he's been invited. He's been sent a letter.
Yeah, the problem is he's different than everybody else.
Yeah. We don't know the information that Wadsworth has on Green, and then what of the information is true about Green.
And we know Green is the only one without an informant.
Yes. In that way, unless you say the chief is, which is kind of a reverse sense.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Because Wadsworth, or not, Green's the one who opens the door and lets the chief in. And the chief goes like, "Good, great job, Green." It's like they knew of each other and informed, and Chief was there prior for Peacock to open the door to him. So that is that one connection, but it's not an informant that needs to be covered up for the use of blackmail. It's flipped on its head of Green's actually working with the chief and knows this, and that's kind of Green's cue of like, okay, they're here to him. So everything counting down to the police arrival was true of him, like saying like the 34 minutes and the 15, and like that is true and lined up. Even if Wadsworth goes like, they're not coming, I didn't call them, when Green says like, I did. So it kind of did trick Wadsworth.
Well, if it tricked Wadsworth, then why wouldn't he be more interested in why the religious guy was there then?
Why
Is it-
Wadsworth would be interested?
Yeah, because it is
Yeah,
midnight.
because that's not part of his plan then at that point.
It's a little weird to have religious people coming to solicit at your door past midnight, theoretically.
If it is past midnight, but yeah. It is weird. Especially a manor that's kind of off on its own.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah. So Wadsworth also would have gotten red flags with the FBI call. So
true, that's the one person
That's true. If it
not
wasn't for him.
on his radar.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say this: the one thing that is satisfying about this ending is Green gets revenge for all the bullying that Wadsworth did to him while explaining the murders.
Yeah. Throws him about. Or shoots him.
Yeah.
Vaughn shoots him.
Good shots, Green. Very good. Yeah.
I do like, I know it's cheesy, but I do like the end quote of Green giving like
I want to go back to
game-
my wife.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's very
Yeah.
funny, but the actual like how you win in Clue of I did it in the hallway,
hallway.
with the revolver.
Mr. Green.
that the other two
in the
endings don't
hallway.
have.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'd like to preface that the start of this one said, but this is how it actually went.
Yeah. When they were all edited together for the DVD. Because as Spring said at the beginning, these were all theatrically released to different movie theaters. It would suck if you got ending B, to be honest with you.
But that's
Well,
maybe
yeah.
would entice them to go see a better ending.
Well, would they know it's a better ending?
Yeah, that's the
Or would
real
they
question.
think it's going to be equal to B? Because if you saw B and they're like, "Oh, there's a different ending," it's like, yeah, but if it's going to be like that, I think I'll pass.
I guess it's where they
But
get
if
their
you saw,
information from. If their
I think
buddy's like, "Oh, this ending's great,"
yeah, it's a big variable of where it ends. But then again, just people saying like, "Oh, I'll go see this one. I'll go see this one. What happened to yours? What happened to yours?"
and then there's some people out there that I'm sure is like, "B's the best. B stands
Oh,
for best."
absolutely. Of course, there's people out there. 10 out of 10 stars. Peacock is the best. Ending B.
I loved her in Murder by Death.
Oh, that is true. Right? Or did you pick up that was the same actress?
Yes, I did.
Anything else with ending C?
I don't think so.
I am good. Yeah, I think I'm good.
Okay. Well, with that, audience, that is our coverage of Clue with all three endings. Now, we're going to go into ratings and summaries, and I'm going to preface of how this is going to go because we've had a talk about this, the three of us, and we're doing it so it works for everyone here. And how it's going to go is I'm going to give 3 rating, not just like one objective, one subjective, and then something else. I'm going to give a rating for ending A, ending B, and ending C. So like 6 numbers total is how it's going to go. However, Crimson and Ryder are giving one, or I guess, in this case, one objective, one subjective for the overall digital release DVD of the film, of how it's A, B, C, all in the runtime. And that's just the difference of ratings of how it is. That right? Make sure I said that correctly.
Yeah.
Yes, I think. Yeah, you got the point across.
And
Okay.
for our LetterBoxd average, Sprinks's will be averaged with himself, so it's fair for everybody.
Yes. My 3 subjectives will all be averaged together, and then my 3 objectives will be averaged together, and that'll be my number closely, I guess, to what Crimson and Ryder are doing. For this spaced out, though, I will go first with ending A of my rating. I think ending A is passable, and it's good. It does work with Scarlet being very seductive to people and close to them to get secrets, because that's her whole job, and learning things and picking things up, but also working with Yvette helps. And Yvette's an inside person to what's going on to get information to Scarlet, and to help with the cover-ups is also helpful. That way Scarlet isn't time jumping or teleporting from a scene to scene, and it's edited weird for between shots of where she should be and where she isn't. And if it's Yvette doing that, then it helps, spread the load, kind of thing. Her reasonings, I think, are really good for explaining. And I guess I'm going with my objective first here. And I think the connections of everyone added in, of how her business connects to the other people, even though not everyone, but the other ones involved, is good. Her reasonings to kill some people just seems a little bloodlusty, like to take out the motorist and the telegram, but it makes sense to take out the cop and then Body and I guess the cook as well, and then to take out Wadsworth at her plan for the finale. I guess I should actually focus with everything else, and then my other ratings just focus on the end. I apologize. Different kind of format, as you see. So acting, I do think Body was very cartoonish, as Crimson put it. he's probably the worst actor in this film. I think Tim Curry as Wadsworth is probably the best acting in this film. I think he's really good. Mr. Green's kind of on par. Colonel Mustard's on par. I think Scarlett's pretty good. I think Mrs. White's very good with her stoic appearance and what she does. I think Plum's good. I think Peacock's good. So the cook doesn't really have anything. Motorist and cop are passable. It's fine. Telegram has nothing really. The chief is fine. I think that's pretty much every character. So acting overall pretty good. Writing is very clever, very witty and smart in retorts and back and forths, but the mystery has holes that still add mystery but aren't fully explained. But on the other hand, they're not just excused. It's the whole conversation we had of the 1, 2, 3 and 2 skipped. But it doesn't benefit off of skipping it. That's where I'm leaning. Like, it's not beneficial to not have it. It works without it, and it's also not needed, but it is wanted more of it to definitely strengthen up one of the said endings or whatever it's leaning for. But I do think if every single 2 was incorporated, it would lack the mystery and give more just kind of talking and information to the audience to get it faster, which could dull it down a little and not be as quick and funny and tense as it can be in scenes. I think its pacing overall is pretty good. I think its editing overall is pretty good. But there are points we brought up, just like time jump issues, depending on the ending. I guess for ending A, the whole ballroom scene needs to be cut out. That's weird to include. And then what else am I missing? What am I missing? Cinematography. The shots are all pretty good. A lot of variations of things. A lot of movement shots, panning, tracking, over the shoulders, close-ups. I think there's a lot of good feel of where the motion should go and where the audience focal point should be in said scene. Overall, for ending A, objectively, I give it a 7. Subjectively, I think it's fun. It's good. It works with Scarlett and how she's very flirtatious throughout, but also very keep your hands off me, kind of demanding a bit at times. So being bossy, but also being welcoming in that way. Like her job is to like get people to say things to her, but keep the hands off the merchandise kind of thing. And that really works for the villain. So I give it a 7.5 subjectively. And this is for my ending A. Now to pass on to this, to space it out, we'll go with writers' ratings. And then we'll go with my B, Crimson's ratings, and then my C to last.
All right. I had a ton of. I'll do my subjective first. I had a ton of fun with this film. I very much enjoyed it, even with the odd endings that came out of it. So I've viewed the endings as all part of one piece because they're even if the endings were all different for the theatrical release, they're clearly all the endings were still intended to be viewed. That being said, my ranking for the endings is probably, in terms of enjoyment, would be C and A are kind of in competition together, with B at the bottom. And then I have my objective preference, which I'll get to when I get to my objective. I had a lot of fun. The dialogue was witty. I was engaged most of the film. The only times where I felt it was dragged is when it started to drag. Like for me, I guess when the jokes went on a little too long. As much as I enjoy Wadsworth running around and over explaining things, did drag a little bit. So I'm at a subjective 8. I had quite a bit of fun. I would watch this again, and I probably will at some point. Objectively, character-wise, well, I'll do world building and plot because those are kind of intertwined with the characters. Everything's intertwined. It's a murder mystery, but Major issues I had is characters aren't supposed, depending on the ending you get, characters aren't where like they're supposed to be in time according to what's being shown on the camera and relative to a murder that's taking place. And that does kind of affect the film overall. Even if every ending here is technically intended. There's different problems that arise with each ending. Wadsworth's motivations as a character. Why is he recording it all? What's his plan? Is legitimately his only motivation to fuck with the people he's invited? Not sure. So I guess I'll roll it back just a bit. I think everything before we get to the endings is the first half hour really, really good. I very much enjoyed it. First 25 minutes, whatever. They did a great job introducing each character. You got a sense of who they are, got a sense of how they interact with the world, and you get a lot of character interactions that help to build who they are without giving everything away. Wadsworth is a fascinating character in all the versions, because whether he was the mastermind or not, he was still going through a lot to try and pin this on Body or try to hide himself or who he was. So when it comes to character motivations and the different endings, I think the main characters that change are Wadsworth, Scarlet, Peacock, and Green. Because those are the ones that I think are the most affected by the endings. But I don't think anything is fully out of character with what's been built throughout the film by the time we get there. So they're all consistent, if only they shift motivations. Though the main one being Wadsworth, I think he would be the most damaged by ending C. That's the one where inconsistency starts showing up and questioning the motivations because none of it quite adds up to make much sense. That being said, I did enjoy ending C quite a bit. So I wish the script was tighter around that ending for Wadsworth. I think overall I'm gonna be at an objective 8 as well. I think there's far more good than bad. The main issues that we've covered are things like not being able to tell Body's dead, or in case at the beginning of the film, not dead, because no one can take a pulse, or no one flips him over and just kicks him in the dick or something. Is very easy to tell a living body from dead body, and the problem with that is the entire story revolves around it. And there are a few instances like that throughout the film that definitely kind of throw kinks in the plot and stuff like that. So I think I'm at an objective 8. I might be changing that to 7.5 by the end, but I feel like an 8 for now. So there's me.
All right. We'll then go with my rating of ending B overall. And yeah, I'm in agreement. This is the weakest ending. If I went to a theater and this is how the movie ended, I'd feel pretty lackluster for the buildup of this movie being a broken Jack in a Box. So I just don't. Scarlet's makes sense with the help of getting the kills, and then C of everyone having their cover-ups to who their what's the word? Crimson said it like a billion times. Informant. That's it. Like the connection to that to cover it up, kind of thing. For secrecy, if C works for that. B of Peacock just going on a murder spree and not really explaining other than being scared that her husband's going to get found out or things against him, and that's her best defense. So she's just killing people when she has the chance because they're alone. Seems very weak, and I don't know why. She also doesn't explain why she's using different weapons if they were given out to then like point out like you're hands were on this one, so you did this, you're going to be blamed for this. That isn't there. It just feels like B has the least explanation to her plan and why she did the thing she did, and also to go with how she did these things of the time jumps and the, again, I don't think there's teleportation in this movie, but just like how she got past Plum if there's nothing in the cellar to sneak by. How'd she know about the secret passageways if no one's working inside this place? So she's been here before to know where they are, until after the point where a murder's been done, and then it's pointed out where the secret passageway is. So, especially with the cook, she would the cook's the first thing, and that passageway isn't found out till much later. So Peacock would have had to start to know that, and it that just falls apart in the story for me. But that doesn't diminish it still with the acting, the cinematography, everything. I guess the lighting I didn't touch on. Lighting is good overall. It's definitely set lighting, so you don't have really big things. The main things is the Colonel Mustard lighting I touched on at the beginning, which impractical but looks cool for the frame shot, and then the shadowing close-ups on all the faces, which feels like posters for like a TV show, like season 6 of a show where it's like your main characters and they all have like that same look to them kind of thing, and that had that sense through it, and I think it was really good in the lighting. But other than that, it's all just fine. So with Peacock in charge, it does flop because there isn't much more layout. There isn't things of breadcrumbs laid out like Scarlet has to go with Peacock, and she's not like super nervous and jittery around everyone else with information given out that could go to her husband, and how like her reactions to what people say affect her thoughts on that one person and the reason why she would kill. None of that seems apparent. So my objective for this one is 6.5. Also for just kind of like a wet rag of an ending that is like, oh, let's go have dessert. It doesn't seem as jokey. It doesn't seem as thought out and fleshed. I'm also giving it a 6.5 to match. And with that, Crimson, will go to you.
Okie dokie. Let's start with my subjective. As I've stated, I'm a big Clue guy, specifically with the board game. The movie I've only seen a few times, but it is enjoyable. I do find humor within it. The running around with Wadsworth, I think is a bit too long. I don't find too much enjoyment out of it. But there's a lot of good, quippy jokes that I like in there. So I do find enjoyment out of it. It is a movie I will see again. I was a little disappointed that the characters weren't in their appropriate colors, but hey, it's not enough to lower a point or anything. So I have this at an 8 as well, with the writer there. Good movie. Objectively, so the way I'm looking at this is at the end, with what we saw, we have the 3 endings tacked on the end. We have little title cards or whatever they're called saying, and this is how this could have happened, or and this is how it actually ended, or actually went, something along those lines. So they strung these along as one final product on the version I saw. So that's what I'm treating it as. What I would have done to get into the Sprinks' area of like splitting the endings into 3 separate ratings is if they did like a make your own adventure book or like a Telltale game where the movie gets new scenes in throughout the movie, but the whole movie is just the same until a certain point, and then they tack on the new endings. So that's how I'm treating it. The way they implemented that, having 3 separate endings for one big chunk of the same movie, is not perfect. We brought up several scenes that don't make sense within other endings, like Scarlet with the curtains, Peacock being in the path of Plum in the cellar, and Peacock knowing the secret doors without having any knowledge of the place, unlike Wadsworth, who would know in C, and how Scarlet would know from Yvette in A. So it does leave a lot of holes trying to weave 3 stories into one block. which would have been really cool if they executed perfectly. And it's a big task. It's not something I would have wanted to write for because that's a tough ask. In terms of the characters and their consistency through each of the endings, I'm in agreement with Ryder that Wadsworth is the biggest, I guess, detractor from it. Ending C really puts into questions a lot of his motives and logical sense in decision making. Like, there's no need to record the whole meeting if you're the bad guy. Why are you cutting ties with your money, essentially, with the blackmail? Sprinks tried to explain it with, he's just like, I forgot what the word he used, but like maniacal, silly, had fun playing with them. And I don't think they built screwed in the mind. Yeah. I don't think that's the angle they were going with. So I can't really put that in there. I believe B to be the weakest, as everyone stated, and I'm not going to dive much more. We kind of picked that one to death. Everyone having gloves that need gloves during close-up moments, like when Yvette gets choked with the noose, or the breaker getting flipped, which would have been White, who doesn't wear gloves the whole movie. So it's just a lot of incongruent stuff, and we talked about just blatant lying to the audience because they couldn't find a way to trick the viewer into eliminating a suspect, just flat out lying. With the I agree with Sprinks. Camera work is decent to good. There's some creative shots with like the shadow with the entryway and stuff like that. When Wadsworth runs into the I think it was the study where he grabs the letter opener during the whole like quick monologue of the recapping, and you get like him dipping into the shot with his head and pulling back to run back to the group with the knife. Amusing shot. Lighting's good. I agree with the assessment of all the actors that Sprinks also provided of body. I'm not even going to say he was like the lowest of the group. I would actually say in this he's not a good actor. I don't know his other works, but in this I don't think he did very well. Everyone else on par good. I think Scarlett was the best actor in this, and then maybe Wadsworth would be second. Anything else? No. So I would have different ratings if I did split it in like Sprinks, but as a collective on how they weaved three endings, I don't think they did an amazing job. So I have it at a 6.5. Might be harsh, might not. Ask questions in the recap or in this video, audience, but that's where I'm at.
Okie dokie. And lastly, I'll go with my ratings of ending C. This one is my favorite. I do like how it explains more. It definitely flows a lot better that everyone kind of the murder at Orient Express, that everyone killed someone somehow, which gives a lot more breathing room and believability that one person went to kill this person somehow. Colonel Mustard falling into the secret passageway when he's the one who killed the motorist, it's like, okay, he's just showing it off, but he knew. Plum killing body, Wadsworth explains it, like running down the hallway. Like Wadsworth kind of explains all of it, like how everyone did everything, and to line up to their shots is fine. The only one that's, I guess, a little questionable still is White going down to the billiard room to kill Yvette to then go back up, but no one would have seen her do it. But knowing the time of when to do that would have implied that either White picked up Yvette, come down out of the attic and passed outside her door, or kind of knew the same thing I posed for A, of like when the lights went out, then she like looked around more in like cover of no one would know, but it would have to line up in that way to the billiard room for her to then go back up to the first floor. So that one seems a little sketchy, but everyone else seemed to line up fine. And I like just I really like that the ending of a Clue movie of this one ends with how you end a Clue game by saying who did it, where they did it, and with what. And that is how this goes. So that feels very homage to the game that I really liked. And then just like a very funny '80s bit that, hey, he wasn't a homosexual. He has a wife, and he'll go on, and it's like that's a good laughing bit to hold on the frame for, to go into the credits for the laugh of the audience. So it has that like ending movie moment that movies back in the day did for comedy's sake, and I think that works well, especially with the tense of the movie and everyone, maybe for you, writer, but like first time is like going with it. It's like, oh, that's how it turned out. Oh, okay, and it's not laughing at it, especially after the gunshot on Wadsworth, and it's like maybe a jump, like, oh my god, like that's pretty severe. To then go to a joke, which is this movie's whole like punchline that they do, the setup and punchline of like something tense, here's a joke, something tense, here's an actual clue, and then so forth. So I really think it paced a lot better, but it does bring up to fully with the whole Wadsworth, his intentions, how it's connected, how he's the mastermind, but I got everyone murdered everyone else, and was everyone knowing that when this person arrived that they had the capability to murder someone? Is this everyone's first time murdering? Because then there's like no hesitation on the people, and just because they work for the government is not a good enough excuse at all. And it's all kind of questionable there. It does really well. No, that doesn't help. So it's very kind of spacey in that. It's like the script with like holes in it, and but it's still very entertaining, and still it works differently than A, but I don't think it's worse than A. So I have it matched as a 7. With A, it's just different in how it's made and what breadcrumbs you pick up to get to the ending. Did I give my subjective yet?
No.
I've been rambling. No? Okay. This is my favorite ending. I think it's very funny, very works well. I have this as an 8.
All right. I have actually a couple things to add on. And also I am changing my rating because Crimson brought up a good point you guys both kind of brought up a good point about, well, I'll get my fun one out first. I really liked the fact that we got 3 endings, even though they were not interwoven well. I do very much enjoy that fact because it's very much in the spirit of the Clue game. That any ending could happen because it's the game Clue. So I very much enjoyed that we had those. That's kind of why my subjective is so high at an 8, because I really like that. Technically, they all can work. Obviously there's just worse endings than others. But
yeah, nothing ended with like a dragon coming in, like nothing like crazy zany.
Yeah, nothing too far out there. You just have to infer a lot more with ending B and stuff like that.
And if you want to tie it more to the game, the first 2, A and B, could be incorrect accusations made by 2 players, and then the third one is the actual envelope.
Hence why
because the movie does say this is actually how it went.
Yeah.
How would you feel if the ending of this movie cut to these people actually playing a game of Clue and someone accusing the other of cheating?
Too much for me.
I think that would be too weak.
That would be too
That's
meta.
like an SNL type joke or something.
I wouldn't have enjoyed that. And then so this is why my subjective is so high. The objective, Crimson brought up a good point about if I were to take it all as like I might have looked at it incorrectly, but I think looking at it all at one piece of them trying to interweave all this together to work, I do think it's a very valid point because I didn't necessarily look at it in that light. Even though I was treating it all as one art piece, I didn't necessarily view all the endings together, and I think that works better with my scale. So
saw it as a trident versus a spear.
Yeah. If I'm viewing it as a spear, and I think that works better with my scale, I am going to change my ending rating, which I am. And another thing is I've also been thinking about while listening to you guys talk is just how often the film, quote unquote, lied to the audience. There's quite a bit of that. So I am going to drop my objective a point to 7.
Okay. Well, this is certainly a different form of movie that we've covered on the podcast before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know any other thing that really comes to mind other than a SpongeBob episode that's something like this.
I know another movie with 2 alternate or one other alternate ending in it. But
There's also
I don't know one with 3.
There's also the choose your own story game movies now, like on Netflix and stuff like that. There's
Yes,
been a
like
few of those.
Bandersnatch.
So I think there is more experimentation that are coming out now, but this definitely feels ahead of its time in that regard.
Yeah, I would agree. Very creative and clever choice to make. And it's a good thing that the director is the same as the writer for this. Otherwise, I feel like there would be a lot of butting heads.
And sometimes it doesn't work out for writer directors.
You know what? Maybe. Yeah. Last thing I have to say is that while doing research for this, I found out that in 2023, a documentary on the behind the scenes of this movie came out.
Ooh,
Mhm.
that would
Did
be
you
fun.
seek it out?
Yes, I did.
And you
I've
watched
not
it?
seen it yet.
Okay.
No, I have not
Oh.
seen it.
Just the
looked
silent
into
waiting
it.
for more information.
Sorry, looked into it.
Okay.
Well then, gentlemen, shall I read us out?
I think so.
Yeah.
All right, audience, thank you for listening, whether it be Spotify, Amazon, Castbox, Good Pods, Podcasts, and Samsung and iHeartRadio. If you have to be on our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble, thank you for watching our PNGTuber slideshow there. Please feel free to like, comment, subscribe everywhere. Tell us you hate our opinions or how much you love them. And as always, I've been a Geeky Writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Springs.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.